right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for coming and being with us on this Friday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed the setting and you already had some coffee and some breakfast. We're very happy to reconvene and have this strategic planning session. This has been kind of a work in progress, and we're very happy to bring you the product that we've worked on today. We do have a presentation right out the gate this morning, and that individual is on his way and shall be here quickly, so we're going to jump right into this. So with that, I would ask that, Paul, would you lead us in the pledges of allegiance, sir? Or maybe, Art, will you do it? Will you lead it, Paul? Get Canadian. Yeah. I get it. Art, will you please lead us, sir? The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. So, welcome everybody. This is the special meeting of the Reno Sparks Convention Visitors Authority. This is the board retreat, strategic planning session, and special meeting. And with that, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Lucy?
Here.
Mayor Sheevy? Here. Councilwoman Bybee? Here. Mr. Rscva?
Here.
Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Ms. Keel is on her way. Mr. Murdoch?
Here.
Ms. Silver?
Here.
Ms. Rscva?
Here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we have a quorum of our board. I will move to public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment this morning?
We have no public comment signed in at this time.
Seeing no public comment, is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment.
Chairman Lucy, if I could, I just want to give a quick public comment. I just wanted to thank you for bringing in the wrestling tournament last weekend. That was so cool. I saw all over social, all the youth that came in. I don't know how many were in the convention center, but it was great to see the building full. It was great to see all our youth and how cool it was from all over Nevada. So I just want to compliment you for helping bring that to our region and for our youth. So great job.
Well, thank you, Jess. I do appreciate that. And Ms. Rscva, it was a fun event for a lot of local kids. And I think this board took action over the summer to help youth events in a different aspect. But this really turned out to be a beneficial activity for kids from Tonopah and Elko and Yerington and Fallon. And the parents came and they stayed for 2 nights and participated in a week-long event. And it was really neat to see what we can give back to our community and really build that community experience here in Reno, Tahoe. So thank you, Ms. Rscva. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda this morning. I am going to make a few annotations to the agenda. I'm going to move item G2 directly following E1, which would be the presentation from Nevada Western Heritage Interpretive Center update for this morning. So we will take that a little bit out of order and do some business prior to our strategic session, and then we'll move back to our business after and keep everything else as is. Are there any questions on the agenda as posted this morning? Seeing none, at this time looking for an approval of the agenda with the admonitions made.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. I have a discussion?
No, I was just going to make the motion to move the G2 after E1.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. Any further discussion from any of the board members? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with all members voting. All right. Item D, this is the approval of the minutes of the January 27, 2022 regular board meeting for the Board of Directors. The minutes have been provided for you in your board packet. Are there any changes or amendments to the minutes as posted? All right, at this time looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion from Mr. Murdoch, second from Vice Chair Silver. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And then one abstention from Mr. Chapman. So we have a motion carries with all members voting and one abstention from Mr. Chapman. All right. I'm going to look to my left. Do we have, how far are we out? Okay. We are on E1, which is Mr. DiLoretto, who is the president of the Nevada Western Heritage Center. Unfortunately, got rerouted, and we will get him here as soon and put him up. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask Ms. Yeager, before we jump into anything else, Ms. Yeager, can we get through item G1, policies, quickly? Do you want to try to do some business really quick? All right, let's do that. We're going to move then, I'm going to move things around again. So we'll jump right now to G1. This is policy. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Jager, Vice President of Finance.
Good morning, Courtney Jager, Vice President of Finance. The purpose of this agenda item is to discuss possible exceptions to Rscva policies in relation to the upcoming facilities transition. Current Rscva policies state that employees who are rehired after 90 days are treated as new employees, and employees who are laid off and recalled after 180 days are also treated as new employees. Under current policies, employees of ASM Global who were employed by the Rscva prior to the transition would not be able to retain their previous hire dates if they receive an offer of employment as part of the facilities transition. We're asking the board to authorize up to 35 exceptions to our policies to allow qualifying employees to retain those previous hire dates. The only impact this will have is on vacation and sick time accruals. Time employed at ASM Global would not count towards Nevada PERS service credits since no contributions would have been paid for those employees. Time worked at ASM Global also would not count towards the continuous service period for retiree medical benefits. However, we do think that allowing those qualifying employees to accrue sick and vacation time at a higher rate shows our appreciation for their loyalty to the Rscva and its facilities. The conditions of these exceptions are summarized under HR Policy Addendum 900.903-A. Qualifying employees must have been employed by the Rscva on June 16th, which was the last day before the transition to ASM Global. They also must be employed with ASM Global on the last day of the management contract, which is June 1st, 2022, and receive an offer of employment with the Rscva and meet all pre-employment conditions. With that, I'll go ahead and open this item up for questions or for the board to make a motion.
All right. Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Jager in regards to this item? All right. Seeing no questions. Member Rscva.
I make a motion to approve, and just, Charles, how many did we get who are coming over from ASM? That's good news as part of the transition, because I know you were trying to keep, we're trying to keep employees, and I don't know if we were able to offer them incentive to, and we had spoken about it, incentive to come over and stay on with us, because that experience is invaluable. So just.
Absolutely. So background information is that's an ongoing process that we have had since the end of January. To date, we have 70%, about 70% of the jobs that we've listed publicly to start going through that process. We've got Dee Dee here from our HR office that can speak to that. But in conjunction with that, we put in dollars for incentives in the augmentation, which is up for board approval this morning.
So how, do we have a count of how many from ASM are coming over in the transition?
That's still in process. Like I said, we're in the hiring process right now, so we don't have a final number, which is why Courtney asked for a maximum number that would be within that approval.
Okay, great. This is awesome, so good job.
Great.
So I have a motion from Ms. Fraza. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Vice Chair Silver. Any further conversation on this item? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk? Looks like no. Being no public comment, we'll close public comment, call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with all members voting. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have our guest speaker I see has arrived and is with us. So I'm going to move back to item E1 now. And so with that, I'd like to welcome, this is the Nevada Western Heritage Interpretive Center update. Mr. Perry DiLoretto is the president of the Nevada Western Heritage Center, and he's going to deliver a presentation to all of us today in regards to the current ongoings and initiatives brought forth for the future projects of the Western Heritage Center.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm having a bad technology day. Anybody that tells you you can take an iPhone and get a new one and do a data transfer from one to the other, it doesn't work. It absolutely doesn't work. So I was at the convention center this morning, and I was right on time. And so between iPhones and hearing aids and keeping track of keys and things, it gets to be a challenge. But thank you for the opportunity to come and talk. The subject matter is obviously the Livestock Events Center. So I'd like to give you a brief background on what we as a group, and that group is called the Nevada Western Heritage Center Alliance, have been doing intensely over the last year. And indeed, the Rodeo Association has been engaged seriously over the last 3 or 4 years. There are people, a great deal of us in this community, that care a lot about this facility. We care a lot about our Western way of life and our agricultural heritage. And that's what this facility is about. I think it's recognized that the facility needs attention. And the best attention is going to come from people that care about it. So the Rodeo Association embarked on a program a number of years ago where they took and put up $1 million of their money. They were successful in going to the state of Nevada through the Department of Agriculture and getting another $1 million grant. They took that money, and it was very well spent, on planning, looking at all the different options and alternatives for the Livestock Events Center. They came up with a grandiose plan. They asked several of us in the community that have engaged with and enjoy the facility to take a look at the plan and make some suggestions as to how we could move this forward. It became very apparent that it needed to be phased to get into a manageable monetary situation. And also, it became very apparent that this was a lot more than just about the Reno Rodeo. Although the rodeo is the driving force behind the effort that we are pursuing now, we needed to expand that. So the decision was made to create a 501c3 nonprofit to pursue this on an inclusive basis, to reach out to our community on a very broad sense. In that regard, we formed a board. We have wonderful board members. Somehow, somebody must have thought I didn't have enough to do in my life, and they suggested that maybe I should be the president of it. I'm pleased and honored to have that position, by the way. As you can see from the slides, Michelle Rscva, Dr. Andy Morency, Clint Theses, longtime rodeo past president and board member, Deputy Chief of Police Ollie Miller, Mary Simmons, Mike Torvinen. Took a lot of arm wrestling to get Tom Dolan to lend his support, but he's all in with us on this. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Carrie Ann Sattler and, of course, Ethan O'Brien. We all serve as volunteers, and we're here for one reason, because we care. So what we've done, we have an advisory board also. And you can see the names: George Combs from the rodeo, Tom Cates, Ashley, Allison. We're waiting for somebody from the Department of Agriculture. We're very, very interested in getting somebody from Rscva to join us. We have reached out and will continue to reach out to the immediate neighborhood to keep those folks involved in what our ideas and our plans are. So where do we go? What's the right way to pursue this? We felt that the opportunity has presented itself with some federal funding that has been granted to the state of Nevada for recovery money. There's a huge pot of money. You read about it every day. Everybody's got ideas about what to do with it, and they're all good. We had made sure to get our name on the list in Carson City for consideration for this project. We thought the best first step to take would be go to the community. So we have met with, I believe, almost every elected official, some of you here that we've talked with, and thank you all for your time. You've been very gracious. We met individually, and then we went to Spark City Council. We have a unanimous resolution of enthusiastic support. That is greatly appreciated. We haven't asked anybody for any money. We just asked for, do you think it's a good idea? Would you encourage us to continue? We expect to be on the Reno City Council agenda soon, along with Washoe County. and that's the reason why we're here. Along the way, and I have other members of my board that can give you better explanations of the details of what the plan is as to what we want to do and how we think we should pursue that. But a couple things need to be recognized. The facility needs attention right now. There are deficiencies that need to be addressed. The arrangement's kind of complicated. You know, I was involved, some of you may remember, 17, 18 years ago when Jeff Beckelman was here, and we were trying to do a trade with a university for some university farmlands to move it all along, and that idea didn't go anywhere. Not for the lack of trying. It's owned by the state. The state owns the land, which by default means they own the facilities that are on it. They lease it to Washoe County. Washoe County has an agreement with this organization to manage and operate it. So, as you know, as we pursue what we're trying to do, again, we wanted to get the community support behind us. We wanted to come up with a plan. So part of the $2 million, by the way, $1,890,000 was spent, and $110,000 was returned to the state after that goal was accomplished. But quite simply, what we want to do is advance the notion and try and make, in the rodeo world we call it, make the short round. You're not going to win anything until you get to that short round, and we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to do that. That's why we went out and asked for our community support, and we'll continue to do so, and we'd like to have the support of this organization. But along the way, there's a very obvious question that's going to have to be addressed. If we were successful in gaining the funds to at least do our first phase of the project, how do we keep this from happening all over again, where you have a beautiful facility? I was there the day that this facility opened. It was marvelous. It was state of the art. It was snaffle bit time. It was the Arabian shows. It was, you know, you remember all the things used to go on there. And for some reason, over time, things happen. I've experienced this in my, with respect to our school system. I've been very active with bond issues for public education and whatnot, and I was amazed at how we could have let our facilities deteriorate. I guess deferred maintenance is one of the easiest things to push off into the future. We've come to realize that, you know, in a private enterprise, if we do a common areas facility, business park, condominium association, we're required by law to balance our budgets and prove actuarially that we have reserve money to keep those projects functioning at a certain level. We found out that that's not necessarily the case in the public sector. So we felt we had to answer that question, or have an idea on how to answer that question. How do you keep it from happening again? I know that over the years there's been discussion with the Rodeo Association about maybe being involved in the operational management of it. I have advised the Rodeo Association against doing that directly. We think it would be more appropriate for our entity, the Nevada Western Heritage Center Alliance, or some sub-entity to us, to step up and offer to become involved in the operational management of the center. Given the current status, I've looked at the numbers. I understand the facility is subsidized and will need to continue to be subsidized. But the very least that we can offer you is that we care. We want to see this facility be successful. We want to see it improved. We want to be able to carry a fine message to Carson City and get an encouragement there, and see what we might be able to get in a way of a share of funds for public infrastructure. This is not an expense giveaway program. This is an investment for something that's already here that needs attention. So that's the purpose of asking to address you today, is we would like your further encouragement to pursue our program. We would like to open discussions with your, if you would direct your staff to have us form an entity. There is going to be crossover. There needs to be with the Rodeo Association because of personnel issues and whatnot. But we think we can step up on an interim basis and do a better job than is being done right now. I think the ultimate solution you may want to consider at some time, I think the finest piece of maintained infrastructure in our community is our airport, okay? And they have an airport authority. And the people on that authority are appointed, they're accountable, they care. That's what we would bring back to you, if you would so consider the opportunity for us to be engaged. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions. If I've left anything out, please forgive me. Mike Trevinen is here. Clint Theses are very well versed on the plan and what we're trying to accomplish. If you'd like to hear more about that, we could invite them up. But my main purpose to be here is to deliver the message, is that if you'd like to consider it, we're prepared to step up on this.
Thank you, Mr. DiLoretto. I really
Thank
do
you.
appreciate that presentation. Is there any questions from the board for Mr. DiLoretto in regards? Councilmember Bybee.
No questions, just a comment. Thank you, Mr. DiLoretto. You made our presentation to the City of Sparks a little bit ago, and I just want to thank you again for, really, this is the type of thing we need to do in this community. It's a collaborative effort, and it crosses all boundaries. It goes from rodeo and what it's currently being used to community, what the use of the community, and we talked, at our council meeting about for that neighborhood, the possibilities of youth events and youth sports for our whole community, but for that neighborhood, and really it is just such a prime piece of property. It's part of our history, but it's also part of our future, and I really see, I'm excited because we need to, I think together, I'm really confident that together with the community collaboration of business and private and public support, that we can make this happen. And I just want to thank you, your board, everyone who's involved, and encourage more people to get involved, because I think it's something that could make an incredible difference in our community to really everyone in the community, and thank you.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you bringing it up. I brushed over that. Part of the idea is to make this a whole lot more than an event that lasts 2 weeks every year with a significant impact. That's why we've assembled the board that we've assembled. That's why we're doing the outreach that we're doing. There's just a lot of other things that can go on there. It's just not all about that. This facility needs to be marketed. It needs to be have somebody driving behind it to fill up the days it's not being used, and we see a lot of possibilities. Carrie Ann Sattler, who's been engaged in the marketing program, convention sales is as enthused about this as anyone. Educational opportunities, trade shows, heavy equipment stuff that you can roll in on the dirt grounds and not have to make special accommodations for. There's opportunity here.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? Mayor Rscva.
First of all, thank you so much for being here, Mr. DiLoretto. I think the presentation was fantastic. I think, bar none, one of the best events we have is the Reno Rodeo, and we've got to continue to foster that, especially, I think, as we grow. We really want to preserve that Nevada heritage, and not to mention, it's one of the reasons why visitors love to come to this area. I was at the Reno Rodeo last year with many of you. It was phenomenal, but I really would like to see us make an investment from the Rscva side. I think that is really important, so I would love it. I have one more question, but I would also love it if you would come back for a specific ask so we know exactly what we can bring to the table to help you get there. I just think this is phenomenal, and when we talk about tourism, and also, I know we get a little competitive with some places in Vegas. I won't say which ones, but there is one in particular that I just think that sort of what we have to offer up here could be a game changer in this space as well, and really be a massive draw all across the country. So I love what you're doing. I can't wait to support this also at the Reno City Council, but I would like the Rscva to really be invested and come to the table with a specific ask. And so if you can think about what that is, or how we can help you achieve this goal, because it's really, really important. And unfortunately, I did see the facilities. It was disappointing. So, I just want you to know I'm 100% committed at the City of Reno, and as a board member, not speaking for everyone else, but I just think it's phenomenal, and this is a great opportunity to invest in our community.
Well, thank you for that, and we are working on that. We were asked that question yesterday. We've been meeting with all the state people. We're Zooming every day, okay,
Yeah.
2-3 times. We met with
Zoom.
Chairman of Interim Finance. We've met with the committee members. We're liaisoning with the governor's office and whatnot. And we were asked about do you have a specific request? Our first phase is about $81 million. So that's for phase one. Our approach has been what I call progressive validation. Let's just take this a little bit at a time. Let's go to Carson City and see if we got a chance of making it. The lion's share of the money is going to have to come out of that pot, and they have it divided up into whole, different buckets. And we might qualify for a couple of those different buckets. If we get encouragement in Carson City, then we come back to our community again. We'll come to you. We'll come to Sparks. We'll come to Washoe County, and we'll say, hey, the state's on board for X number of dollars in this thing. They want to see some local support. They want to see some private support. So what we do is progressively go along and create the opportunity. That money has to be allocated by the end of 2024. And it has to be, I believe, started to disperse by 2026, which the timing is great, okay, if we can make this happen. So we will be back when, but I think before we can come back and tell a story or ask the local community for anything, we need to hear down in Carson City, yeah, you guys have yeah, we'll put you in for something. We'll ask, and they said, how much you want to ask for? I said, well, let's start with the whole thing, and then we'll go from there. So that's not going to happen.
One thing I know about you, you do nothing small. You do it very big. Just one last question. If you were 100% funded today, how long would this project take?
I'm sorry.
How long would this project take if you were 100% funded today?
Well, the whole project from start to finish is huge, and it would entail some, in today's dollars, some $350 million. Now, we break that down into bite-sized pieces. The first phase is 80. We think we know, and Clint's our engineer. I know a little bit about the construction business. We can do this without interruption to the operation of the facility, the first phase of it. And we think, if we got the funding put in place in a year, that would probably be another year after that, that we could do this. And then see where we go from there. I don't expect that there's going to be continuous pots of money made available, but if we can be successful at that and continue to build community support and community involvement, it'll become another well-recognized thing that we ought to just take really good care of and continue to develop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rscva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. DiLoretto, and thank you for your time and presentation. I think the one ask, though, just to clarify for the group is, again, giving staff direction to start getting involved from the Rscva standpoint. We all know, nobody has to tell us, right, on the state of condition of that facility and a lot of the Rscva facilities, quite honestly. And it's not casting blame. I just think, though, that this is a great opportunity where we're going to have to look at opportunities like this where we have partnerships. And what I really liked with the proposal, Mr. DiLoretto, is it isn't just one other partner. I think you've got the adjacent, you've got the university, you've got the Department of Ag, you've got state level size, and I really do think there's an opportunity here of really, I don't know, maybe it's being born and raised here, but as we see this area change, the connection to that Western heritage, there's a great story to tell. I will say a disclaimer, I know my sister's on the board. She didn't bully me like she did when we were kids or rough me up, but I do. I think there's a benefit. There's a very definite tourism component on this. I think but it has to be run right. And to your point, if I had to state what's missing is you don't have that private ownership. Look at the room we're in right now. This is private dollars, and they're selling it, and they're marketing it, and that's how we need to look at that facility. And I think I'm not smart enough to tell you what that partnership looks like, but I think you're there. I think we've got to be at the table, and the Rscva also isn't the piggy bank for everybody, but I think there's got to be a partnership where we get this thing running, and the rodeo is an outstanding partner. And as you mentioned, it's more than just the 10 days out of the year. So I'm comfortable making a motion in the sense of directing staff. I know that we don't have an actual ask, of dollar amount, but directing staff to, we should be at the table now and kind of see where our role is, so.
Thank you, Mr. Rscva.
Thank you.
You know, this is just for information only, and we will have the Western Heritage Foundation come back and present that actual ask, and we can have more direction. We can put that on future agendas. I want to say, Mr. DiLoretto, I've been one facility out of the 4 that we manage currently at the Rscva. The Livestock Event Center is the one facility I know probably the most about and have walked and spent more time there than anywhere else because my office happens to be right there. We've been very fortunate. This board and this organization has been taking an active role with Washoe County. We got rid of the armory. We demolished the old exhibit center and provided for some more movement at that center, but that's not enough. Rhonda Leach, George Combs, Clint, Mike Torvinen, past presidents, Tom Cates, are all close friends, and I understand the need. But one of the most limiting factors about selling that piece of property is the property, has always been that property. Member Murdoch has brought up multiple times about our relationship with the university, and we're a Tier 1 university with sports programs. That facility with the proposed changes that have been discussed could bring multiple opportunities, not just from an equine point of view, but to Mr. DiLoretto's point, rolling stock. Some of the big shows, some of the construction shows that are going on in Las Vegas could be very easily brought here. Some of the shows that we see that need that surface type of facility, not necessarily are readily available everywhere. And one other thing that we're seeing across the country, especially with rodeo events, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Combs a number of times, is that how we expand the rodeo. Many rodeos are now events. They're week-long events with music and entertainment and shows. If you've gone to NFR, you see Cowboy Christmas and how it's really turned into a citywide an event that really draws people to every property for different reasons and different. So it's those types of expansions. And if you have a limiting factor such as the physical property, you won't be able to sell the property or bring those types of shows. You won't invite those individuals to the community. So you have to have the product, and I'm a firm believer in that. We've taken steps, but we haven't done enough. And I'm thrilled that Mr. DiLoretto and the board of directors for the Western Heritage have stepped up. That's one of the reasons I asked them to come today and present. I think it's important that this board understands the direction and the commitment that these individuals have. And so I agree with the mayor, Councilwoman Bybee, and Member Rscva, that this is something that this board needs to remain committed to. Washoe County's involved. I think there's a lot of opportunities here, and the public-private partnerships are available, and we should go get those federal dollars. We should go get state dollars. There are opportunities out there, and the time is right. We've let these facilities sit idly by for way too long, and really need to address our facilities because we're living in a time we're living in the past and trying to sell the future, and that's just not going to be fortuitous for anybody. So those are my comments, but any other comments? Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one is, fix it and they will come. Right, Perry? Fix it and they will come. So that means horse shows. That means naming rights. It means corporate business. So fix it and they will come. I think the private partnership is very critical. We have never done a good job of selling any of our facilities. It's time. Now it's a new year. Let's go. We got a chance to change the direction and fill all our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Member Safraza.
Yeah, thank you, Perry. And not to reiterate, I have a different question because we're bringing in, and I don't know if you're aware, we're bringing in SMG, we're bringing the facilities in-house to run them. And so you had said something about the association, and I don't know what the timeline is, but I really don't think the Rscva should be running the Livestock Event Center. I'd feel much more comfortable with your group doing that. We're at a critical time because June 1, I think, is when we transfer that over. So maybe it's two different, I guess a question for you. Are you guys ready to take that on if we as a board voted on that to take on the transition of those facilities to your group? You guys are the experts in that. We're bringing it in-house June 1. I think you guys would do a much better job of doing it. And just secondly, agree what you said with the airport wholeheartedly. the $2 surcharge, which only 2 properties are pay for downtown, has been the one funding the CapEx and the Livestock Event Center. That's where the money's come from. And that's not sustainable. That's been put on, you know, the properties in the downtown region. So I'm really glad that you had talked about we need to get CapEx going for these facilities too. You build them to maintain them, all of those things. So just curious if that needs to come back to this board to start running those facilities. We have a great opportunity now, and I'm fully supportive of what everyone else said too, whether it's setting up a TID in that area. I know people say, oh, public's up, but that's the way you do it, public-private partnerships. And this is an area that needs investment. Totally agree with you, Councilwoman Bybee, too, in that neighborhood and bringing everyone together. And I know that, you know, TIDs have become a dirty word, but they shouldn't, because this is a perfect opportunity in an area like this. And what the rodeo has done for the neighborhood, for tourism, and what it could really become down there in collaborating those public-private partnerships. So I don't know if that's identifying the key public funding opportunities. You talked about public infrastructure, but I'm fully supportive of what you guys are trying to do.
Thank you. The short answer, we're ready to step up. We need to sit with your staff. We need to get in further into an operational agreement. You know, we have a rodeo coming up in June. The current managers are on their way out, as I understand it. We're interested in only this facility, okay?
Yep.
But yeah, we're ready to put a program. I could see this transitioning happening in within the next couple of months. It needs to happen in that time frame to, first of all, make sure we're ready to go for June, and to stop this and to, you know, get us moving in the right direction.
So Chairman Lucy, can we get that on the 24th agenda? Because I think that's important, because we do have a rodeo coming up, to have them do the operations of the facility.
Happy to do that. You know, and I will work with Mr. DiLoretto and his staff and our staff to identify what those needs are, so that transition, if we can bring that back on the 24th. I would make note to the board that this would have to go out to an open bid process, just because of some of the challenges, because of the facility. But we can start working with Mr. DiLoretto and getting him the information so that his group is well versed and ready to make that presentation when that bid process goes through. We'll
Give enough time. I don't know what the statute.
We'll try to move as quickly as we can, and we'll work with Mr. DiLoretto and the board at the Western Heritage Alliance. Any further discussion or comments? Mr. DiLoretto, thank you so much for coming this morning. We apologize about the misdirection, but I'm glad you made it, and we're happy to have you here.
That was on me. I need my grandson to tune me up on some of this technology. And one thing I'd like to say, I've been in this community going on 50 years. These are the most exciting times I've ever experienced. The rest of the world has discovered what we all know and love about this place. There's so many good things going on, and I appreciate all of our governmental entities in this board. You're all a part of it, and the optimism is running so high. So thank you for your consideration on our issue. Again, we think we can make a difference.
Thank you, Mr. DiLoretto. Have a wonderful day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will take us to our next item. I'm going to jump into item G2. This is a review, discussion, and possible renewal of the operating agreement between the Rscva and the City of Reno for the management and operation of the Reno Event Center for the National Bowling Stadium. This is an agreement being brought forth to renew our current agreement with Rscva and the City of Reno for an additional 10-year term commencing June 1st, 2022. You do have an operating agreement in your packet. I apologize, there is not the details about the bonding and some of the actual agreement itself. But with that, Ms. Jager or Mr. Harris, do you want to, Ms. Jager? Okay, Mr. Harris, do you want to take us into this, sir?
The current agreements for the two facilities are up for renewal. The two facilities that we're talking about currently is the bowling facilities as well as the downtown Reno Event Center. We have consulted with Mr. Kennedy, and we have the ability to renew these two facilities up to 10 years currently, and Mr. Kennedy will correct me if I'm wrong. That can be done without going to the City Council. That's in the current agreement that we have. For the board today, we have the opportunity to discuss what we want to do with those two facilities and how we move forward. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to the chair to help us move forward. Ben, can you just clarify where we are on the requirements and what we can and cannot do with those two facilities?
Sure, so just so we're all clear, so that agreement with the Rscva and City of Reno was originally entered into back in 2002. It was a 10-year term, and the Rscva has 2 10-year renewal options. So the initial term of that agreement expired in 2012. The Rscva exercised their option to renew for another 10 years, which takes us to 2022. The current agreement expires May 31 of 2022, and what we're asking here today is for the board to direct staff to exercise their last remaining option to extend for another 10 years. If the board elects to extend, that's a unilateral right, and we would just notify the city that we're exercising that option to extend through what would be 2032. Any other questions?
Does it work? Okay. I think I had asked this a couple meetings. You can't? Okay. Hi. I think I asked this a couple meetings ago. Do we have any information or data in order to help make this what I would say is a very big decision? I think that it's something we can't take lightly. I think we need to be smart about it, and I think that there's a lot that goes into it, and I didn't see anything in the packet in regards to any numbers surrounding these facilities.
So Shannon, I can tackle that for you. Within the summary packet itself, there is a history going from 2016 to 2021 regarding the fiscal status of both of those facilities. That is broken down pre-ASM when we managed those facilities, as well as when ASM didn't manage those facilities. From 2016 to 2018, the combined losses for both of those facilities are $10.5 million. It's an average loss of $1.7 million per year. Pre-ASM, when we owned it and we operated those two facilities, it was $3.7 million of losses for those 3 years, or an average of $1.2 million. When ASM was operating those facilities, $6.7 million of losses, an average of $2.2 million, or a difference of $1 million a year over those 3 years for comparable time periods.
Thank you. I did see that. I guess what I meant was obviously there is some economic benefit to having these facilities. So do we have any data that shows what the offset is? Obviously those losses sound very alarming, but there are revenues, some revenues for the city associated with that, right? So do we have any analysis that shows that what ancillary revenue we are getting because of having these facilities in the events? Thank you.
Yes. So what we do is on a case-by-case basis, when we have groups that come in, we actually run economic impact numbers for events. So let's say USBC Bowling comes in and they bring bowlers. There's an economic benefit or an economic impact that's done for each of those events. We report that out to everybody within the community through our communications and press releases as well.
Can you, Hillary, can you put your microphone on?
Oh, just to clarify, that money goes to room tax and not to the city.
Right. And I apologize, I had to step outside. I left both of my cell phones in my car. But I want to bring some historical value back about these facilities, and I know Rscva will help me with some historical understanding. Both of these facilities, through legislation at the state of Nevada, are backed and secured by bonding of that which the Washoe County is the bond holder for these bonds, and those bonds are secured through room tax. The reason that room tax secures that is it's the only allocation because they were direct benefit when those facilities built the bowling stadium and the event center that were truly directly beneficial of those. Now, we do have two other facilities, the Livestock Event Center and the box, that are all revenue bonds that are generated and backed by Washoe County through a room tax. Now, that was legislative action that was taken on behalf of the NRA and members of the NRA and this organization to move that forward. Now, these bondholders, this is, Mr. Frozza, we've held those bonds now on both facilities almost 32 years now, I believe, correct? Can you give me some historical value on that?
Yeah, there was a refinance and just a little bit of history, because I think I'm the only member of this board who is probably involved in this, because I served on the city council at the time. This was a very lengthy discussion legislatively when the facilities were built downtown. And just to put it into context, there was an argument at the time between the downtown properties and the peripheral properties of, hey, we've got the large convention center, we've got the facilities downtown. And one of the concerns was, because they are backed and public facilities, bonded for by room tax, is there wouldn't be a competitive disadvantage for those of you who were in this room, that you would have facilities downtown undercutting the facility down south, and that Rscva, through that legislation, Rscva would run all those facilities, because you wouldn't want certain public facilities undercutting other public facilities. So that's how that agreement was done. And actually, when the bowling was done, the Rscva used to own the bowling facility. And when the bonds were restructured, it's very convoluted, but they were all put into one umbrella with the 3 facilities. We are where we are today. The reason why the agreement is not longer than 10 years, and legal counsel can correct me, I'm going off of memory here, is because you can only by state statute do 10-year agreements for operations. That's why in the agreement there were 2 other automatic renewals. But as part of these pledges, there's bondholders that are on the line, because this is in a pledge by the Rscva and the city when we did these agreements, that these facilities would be operated by the Rscva. You can't go to the bondholders and say, oh, we're not going to fund them now to operate them. So that was part of, I mean, I'm giving you guys the shortened version, but that was part of how this was structured when the bonds were refinanced. And legal can correct me if I'm wrong, but the 10 years, it's by state statute, you can't enter into longer. That's why they're in the renewal period was set up the way it was set up. They're done in 10-year increments.
And the other agreement, the other thing I would proffer, thank you, Mr. Frauds, the other thing I would proffer too, in the state of Nevada, we're very, very much different in our 2 CVBs, which are obviously Rscva and LVCVA. When you go travel to other CVBs or DEOs, DMOs, most of the facilities are owned by the counties or the cities in which they reside. And the DMOs and the CVBs are a marketing and a sales arm for that community. However, in the state of Nevada, the LVCVA, the convention center, the baseball park are all owned by the LVCVA and managed, not owned by the county, not owned by the cities, just as the same as we here in Washoe County have done. And so this is and that's why it was a disposition when we sold Wild Creek Golf Course a few years back. That these are challenging things that we had to take through the legislature, get approved by the LCB, and move through before we could go and just dispose of these properties. Now, the other thing I want to proffer as well is that not only do these properties, are they supported and structurally different than most areas that you would visit, the other issue that we have is that with these facilities, we have to continue to maintain them to a certain amount, a certain property, as you said, or a certain status to maintain that. And so to change the length of the agreements, this was part of the discussion that was brought up in the 2017 session, Shannon, with Ms. Keel, when we were discussing the additional surcharge for the entire community, for the outside of downtown. We were going to move money around from these facilities out of this, out of the general fund to make more money and what we found is that we couldn't do that through legislative process, hence the reason why we generated an additional surcharge that everybody voted on, and we had to take that through the 2017 session. And so those are some of the challenges, is why we are here once again doing the strategic plan today for a report that we have to build that have to be submitted to the LCB. So understanding that it's a contract, but there are other ramifications to non-approval of a contract of this proportion, because there are so many different other entities that are involved in this and the process. There's a lot of tenured history here that maybe the board members don't understand, and I apologize that that was not placed in a more detailed, the history and the historical value that was placed in the staff report. I will take responsibility for that, but there is a very much a historical value there. So.
Just one more thing that I think that needs to be pointed out that's different with those downtown facilities. 15% of C-tax is pledged. And why that is so important, if those facilities aren't full, that affects the city of Reno's general fund, the taxpayers in the city of Reno, which is your police, fire, all those facilities. That's what makes the downtown facilities different as well. 15% of C-tax is pledged to those if the room tax, there's not events there. And that happened during COVID. It's happened before, it happened during the recession, we lived it. So those facilities and the programming of those facilities are absolutely essential for the operations with room tax. So that is very unique. So I wanted the board to realize that in those facilities, 15% is pledged from C-tax. So,
Mr. Murdoch.
Yeah, I think it's important that the Rscva also, and maybe Courtney or Charles knows this answer, but when you look at the studies we've done, and every group that goes and uses facilities, we have economic impacts. I know just off the top of the head, the bowlers are $50 million. I mean, the men are more. I mean, I think it's very important that this is, a little rough to look at, but at the end of the day, look at the other facility too. But we need to keep those facilities busy. And when you look at the economic impact, it spills into Tahoe, Sparks, Reno, golf courses, restaurants. We got to look at the big picture here. This spills everywhere when they come to town, and they fly on airplanes. I think we forget what the impact of what we have as facilities. The airport needs us to keep these facilities going. We draw people in that fly. So I think it's important that we really understand that the value is bigger than just the statutes and the governmental. This is impactive. And if we do a good job on our end, we can mitigate a lot of this and get better at it, which we are now. But the point is that there's some good economic impact that I don't think it's very fair that we didn't get it, but it'll tell a good story.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Any other further conversation from any of the boards? Councilwoman Buckley.
I don't think anyone would argue that the facilities don't need to be operating and full, and to the extent that we can even improve and increase the amount of use of both facilities downtown. I mean, that's not a question. I guess my question, when our attorney just tells us that 2002 was the first operating agreement, and it allowed for 2 renewals possible of 10 years each, which we've done 1. So today, that's why because the 10 years, I didn't know where that was coming from. So that explains where the 10 years is coming from. But my question is, I guess that would be the maximum amount, but at the end of, if we did 10 years today, or we did another 3 years, 5 years, but at the end of, say we did 10 years today, what happens then? What is, it's an option of 10 years. But when you reach the end of that 10 years, then what? And I don't know if legal needs to answer that, or if Charles does.
So I can address that just as a matter of contract. And sorry you don't have it here in front of you. The contract provides that the initial 10-year term, the Rscva has the right to renew for 2 additional 10-year terms. And then there's another provision that says after those 3 terms, the parties can amend it to extend it however they might agree. So to be clear, today, per the contract, our only option that the Rscva can exercise unilaterally is a 10-year extension. If we wanted less than that, if we wanted a 3 or a 5, that would require going to the city, getting the city to agree, excuse me, and amending the agreement to extend it, whatever that period of time may be. So if the Rscva wants to do it by itself today, that it has the right to do, is 1 10-year extension. And then at the end of that, the city and the Rscva can talk and decide where they want to go from there.
So following that same logic, if we did not wish to do 10 years today, which is our only option, is what you're telling me, and if we did not do that, then what?
If we didn't extend for the 10-year term, then we could go to the city and negotiate a lesser extension if we wanted to do that. If we just didn't want to extend at all, then we'd tell the city we're not renewing. And then the city would have 2 buildings. They'd have to find someone to operate them. And I know Ms. Ferraza and Mr. Lucy have talked about the history of the bonds. Of the facilities and the bonds. I haven't looked at that history. I wasn't involved. I don't know that history and sort of what the other repercussions that everybody's been talking about for not renewing the contract. I can't really speak to that. But just purely as a legal and our contract rights, we don't have to extend. But if we don't, then we've got 2 facilities that the city owns without operators.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Silver.
I have a comment. You know, we're all business people here, and so it gives all of us a little bit of agita to look at the financials, which is all we have to look at. I guess my question is, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, what are we suggesting we would do to mitigate the losses on the operation of the bowling center and the Reno Event Center? Obviously, it's in everybody's best interest to see them full, and to see people staying in hotels and eating at restaurants and helping chamber businesses. I mean, that's all great. I feel like we're on 2 different subjects. One is legally whether we're extending this, and the other is why do we have these losses? And I'm not sure I have enough information to fully understand why the numbers are the way they are.
Well, Ms. Silverán, I can take and you're right, absolutely. The only discussion we're here today is actually to look at the agreement and discuss the long-term either renewal or not of the agreement. That is really the only thing in front of us. However, what's been presented is obviously the facility losses. Historically, all of our facilities have shown losses. However, as an organization, when we look at our budget and our CAFR, the organization as a whole has always remained fiscally solvent. So our purpose has always been, as every CBB and DMO does, we've always seen those types of losses to maintain. And I think Mr. Harris can speak to that across the country. There are very few DMOs that have facilities that don't operate in the red consistently year to year. So you're going to see expenses. It's trying to mitigate and minimize those expenses that shows. Now, I think this might be pretty telling about what we were, and I can tell you historically prior to even 2016, we were seeing losses to this level at all of those facilities downtown. We saw a tremendous increase after the takeover of ASM due to the type of staffing they put in there and a little bit overpricing in regards to how they operated those facilities and overpromised and under-delivered. But that's really not the discussion today. The discussion today is really about whether or not we should continue on with that renewal of that lease. And I can speak to maybe a little bit about the bond financing that Ms. Bybee brought up, is that yes, we could deny and move this back to the city of Reno and ask them. However, Washoe County, as the bond holder or the backer for all bonds in Washoe County, our bond counsel would highly recommend against that, because that would be a renegotiation of the bonds and some of the refinancing that just came through last year. Remember, this board and this organization directly benefited from the refinancing of many bonds that happened, and Ms. Yeager can speak to that. Millions of dollars that were saved on the refinancing of those bonds. Now, the 30-year discussion when we initially set this agreement forward was to pay down a significant amount of those bonds. We've extended that through the refinancing, and hopefully at the end of the 34 or 32 year, those bonds and a significant amount of that will be paid down. However, if we were to turn that over, you were going to go right to the city of Reno. They're going to have to figure it out of their general fund to pay for this. As Ms. Safraza turned out, that'll come from different fees. So they're going to have to allocate and fund and change their general fund, which will be fire, police, every service within their departments, to find the offsets to manage the $3 million that you're seeing in losses, if that we can get it back to even a $3 million loss. And then once we do that, they will have to come to us to refinance, and we will have those contracts with the city of Reno at Washoe County. So just so everybody knows the kind of how, if those steps were taken on behalf to not renew this, these are, like I said, and this would have to go to the legislature this very next session to discuss reallocation of room tax funds to the city of Reno for those, and I can assure you that would happen.
Mr. Lucy, really quick. So unfortunately, none of us, let's all just get that clear, we're here, right? So we're kind of dealing with something like, here you go. And that's always hard, right? Like when you step into that type of position. And we do it all the time. Mr. Bill Thomas knows, sitting on council, and a previous agreement from the previous council comes to the city, and we're like, you know, it's just convoluted, it's difficult, but you have to deal with the situation of what it is. Do we love it? Probably not. Would we have done it differently, this board today? We probably would. So let's be honest about that. But I also want everyone to understand this has a massive impact. But I also want to, and I think Ann's right, you said, you know, these are two separate issues, and I kind of want to give you a backstory because I don't remember if you were on at the time. These facilities were very concerning to me. They were sort of like this afterthought in a sense, and I think the downtown properties did a really good job with bringing in the bowling and doing what they did, because honestly, you guys are the ones that kept them going and lifted them up when no one else was really looking at them, and that was really concerning to me, so I want to thank the downtown properties for doing a tremendous job. But one of the things, whenever I got on this board, and I had sound like a broken record, and I don't know, maybe some of you have, well, Molly was on the board, or here, and you know, and you guys know that I've said that we need a comprehensive marketing plan for those facilities. And we were working on that. Phil was working on that. Our previous CEO was working on that. It was coming together. It was the first time that we actually said, let's pay attention to these facilities. Unfortunately, we brought in some contractors to look at taking over those facilities. That's what happened, and if you look at the numbers, that's when it's got significantly worse. And I apologize, but under ASM, and I looked, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm blaming them, but we had another contractor come in that this is kind of what they did. Bowling was their specialty. This is like sort of what they, what their bailiwick was. And so I honestly thought that someone like that coming in could really do a tremendous job with those facilities. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, but we also see what's happened whenever you take it outside. And I think bringing it back inside, we've all got to kind of come back to the table and market them in a way that they're pretty phenomenal, and they can be pretty attractive for so many reasons. But I think that we just have not done a great job with really getting them activated. And I mean, I think bringing in someone that's all they do with sales, you know, a six-figure job where they're bonusing on every event that they bring in there. And I mean, we have a story to tell. It's the largest bowling stadium in the world. I mean, that is pretty phenomenal. People are like, what? No way. They can't even believe it. And I also think, you know, we've talked about esports, and we, you know, can do a lot with esports and changing some of those consoles so that those screens, when you bowl, can become esports. There's a lot that can happen, but I want to also remind everyone, we're not New York, we're not LA. We are still a very small community. What I do affects you, and it affects you, and it affects you. And this is right in our backyard, and it's still putting our best foot forward. One thing I would remind everyone is that I don't care where you stay in the city when you come and visit Reno or Tahoe, most people want to come and see what's happening in a downtown. We have a lot of work to do downtown. We're getting there. It's taken a lot of time, obviously. COVID did not help. But people, wherever you stay, they want to come and see what's happening in a downtown. And that reflects on all of us. It really does. So first impressions count, but people do love to come to downtowns. They like to see what's happening. They like to see the art. They like to come down and see the nightlife. They like to, you know, experience arts and culture and food movements that happen in downtowns. I know every city I visit, I always try to make it to their downtown. It's kind of one of those, you know, surprises we all want to see. So I think it reflects on all of us. Like I said, if you're in LA and New York, that might be a different story, but we're Reno, Nevada, where we're still relatively small. I mean, to go from one side of the city to the other side of the city takes, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes at most. It's not that long, unless you're in traffic. Anyway, so that's all I'm going to say. But I just want you to understand those numbers are stark, and they are very, very alarming and have gotten significantly worse because there hasn't been the love and dedication and support for that facility. And I hope that that changes today and we all say, let's make this work, because I know we can.
Thank you, Mayor Sheeby. Any further comments? Ms. Silver.
Yes, just to clarify then, and I appreciate the complexity of the bond arrangement and everything that's happened in the past, and I certainly understand the value of downtown and everything that the mayor has said. So if I understand correctly, we are being asked today to approve a 10-year-long period of time in which the situation stays with Washoe County, the Rscva, and the city of Reno, and with the understanding that we would do or be asked to do, or Charles would be asked to do, a better job of managing or marketing, promoting the facilities so that they in fact receive the love and attention you're talking about. Is that what we're actually talking about at this point in time, beyond just whether we approve a 10-year lifespan for this? We're talking about a new way of approaching these facilities?
I think that's probably a separate conversation.
Well, that was my original point. I think we have two different issues here. One is just, are we just approving a 10-year extension? Or are we saying with that 10-year extension comes a different way of managing these facilities so that they're in fact full and they're vibrant attractions for downtown?
I'm going to let Mr. Harris jump in here really quick.
So a couple things. Great points by everybody, and it's obviously very complicated what we're talking about. The team itself has spent a lot of time in this facilities transition plan to get to where we need to be and to absorb and hire the right folks to help move everything forward. Part of that facilities transition plan includes adding additional people in the sales for the different facilities, some of which we haven't had, such as a director of bowling. So when we talk about how we have to elevate and what we're doing, that is specifically our goal, not only on the sales side, but on the marketing side to help support what we're doing. Loud and clear. It's important that we do that. That is a priority. Just as a point of fact, I just want to mention something very briefly. With that, and if we stay within that 10-year period, certainly the allocation of resources for upkeep is also very important. Currently, we allocate $2.5 million out of our current budget towards facility improvements. Okay, so that's $2.5 million, roughly about 6% of our budget before we started augmenting. So when we look at a strategic plan and what we're going to do, so if we retain these facilities and do that, one, we're taking the risk to add staff on both sales and marketing to help elevate the revenues, to help balance that. We're also allocating resources that we may or may not use in other areas to help drive that overall response. So when we talk about the priorities and when we get into Paul's presentation here, we got to think about how we can move the needle knowing the resources that we have. And as an example to that, I just want to go down a tiny rabbit hole to do that. 81% of our proposed budget for next year that we're currently working on is set up for marketing. So we're still not at that 2019 level, but that is the board's direction and what we need to look at if we're going to maintain these facilities and make that a priority. So I just want to, that's just a point of reference. To Bob's point earlier, buildings don't make money. They don't. The question is, what is that economic impact and how does that align with other events that are coming here? And do we need to allocate more resources? We heard from the Heritage Museum, yes, we need to elevate what we're doing, but there's only so many resources we have. And so as a board and as an organization, we've got to figure out the best way to do that. But at the end of the day, we've taken that next step to say, we're bringing it in-house, we've got dedicated salespeople and marketing to move the needle.
Chairman.
Mr. Fraza.
Yeah, just something that Shannon and both Ann and Shannon brought up, and I do think it's worthy of discussion, and we haven't gotten, I'm curious what the loss is on the convention center. We're talking about the downtown facilities. What's the loss on the convention center? And I think we got to stop the bleeding. I'm all in favor of that. I think this is too, and I think bringing that back, I think moving forward with this agreement, but bringing that back, not just for the downtown facilities, but also for the convention facility of, hey, let's market these things. Let's get them full. We all want that. That helps everyone in this community. And I think we have to do it differently because it hasn't been done right in the past. Not blaming anyone, but I think it is, I definitely think that's worthy of coming back, and we're gonna have our strategic plan. not just the downtown facilities, but also the convention center, of how we market those, how we do it. We got to do it differently. We want these facilities full. That helps with our community. And let's face it, room tax dollars do help with other things in the community, whether it's schools, whether it's parks, whether it's tourism. But I think that's an important, that hasn't been brought up. What the convention facility loses, these lose money. We've got to turn that ship around. I don't know if we'll fully do it, but we're at the right time right now. I would say we're at a better time than we've ever been before, because we're bringing the people in-house. And our new CEO, giving him the opportunity to turn around this ship, I think we're at the perfect opportunity to make these things good and these facilities good, both of them. But I think that should come back on an agenda. I totally agree with you. Let's get these so they're not losing money. Get the participation with local businesses. Get things rolling again. I mean, we're all Team Reno Tahoe Sparks, you know? So.
And Mr. Chair, if I might add, I just want to commend Renee McGinnis from ASM, who's done a phenomenal job stay within budgets as best she can, given the difficult circumstances. Part of that was, previously with projected revenues that ASM had at the beginning, but I just want to say that she's done a great job, and I've asked her to stay within that budget as much as possible. So thank you, Renee, for everything you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Chair.
I'll go to Mr. Rscva first, and then I'll go to you, Councilwoman. Mr. Rscva.
No, and I don't want to belabor it, because I think everybody has really contributed a great discussion. I think to just build on Ms. Keel's points too, I think what you're getting at, Shannon, is not so much an economic a group comes in and what did they spend in town. I think snapshotting it, and again, these facilities, we all know, and they're not going to run at a profit. I think what we're trying to get that mindset on is, yes, we had a loss, but we generated, this is what it brought to the community. It's the priming the pump of the engine for the economy, for the area. I do think that's a separate discussion, and I think I look forward to that as a group of really how do we get these things really generating and filling that pipeline for the Reno, Sparks, Tahoe area. I think back to the discussion of extending the 10 years, I just don't see, as a partner with the city of Reno, doing that. I think it's so disruptive. If we weren't, it would really throw things off track. And I think that, we've done this. This is our last renewal. I think we move forward on it. We're partners. I think we've got to figure out how we're going to get these machines going and run to a higher efficiency. But we all need to understand that they're going to run at a loss. We just need to maximize or minimize the loss and maximize what we're bringing to everybody. But I just feel strongly that I'd hate to. And again, I am not a bond. You don't want to look at me for bond advice, but I would assume it'd be extremely disruptive. And I don't think we want to go there.
Thank you, Mr. Rscva. Councilwoman Bybee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess when I looked at this, in my mind, I'm thinking, we're doing a 3-year strategic plan. So what a perfect time for us to extend for 3 years as part of our strategic plan and evaluate where we are. And obviously don't want it, end that agreement today. We need the facilities operating, absolutely. But in finding from legal counsel that really 10 years is what we're obligated to do. And then in further finding out about bonds and looking at the disruption and the refinancing, because it is hard to look at these numbers and just, how do you, and I'm a real fiscal conservative that just wants to be as responsible as we can, and that is a different discussion. But I think because the 10 years is our only option other than not, and not is not an option for me, I think looking at the 10 years with all of the work that Charles and his team will do to improve where we are makes more sense, because sending it back to Reno, doing how does Reno operate it, and then how does the bond refinancing, and it just is kind of convoluted with how much is involved with the room tax and the legislature. It becomes way, I think it just muddies the waters and doesn't do what we want to do, just to make sure these facilities are operating, that we are marketing them, that we're improving that bottom line, which was my main concern of doing 10 more years is, oh my gosh, are we going to continue to lose that kind of money for 10 years? And I would say no, because I think we're going to straighten this, we're going to write the, try to at least, but the option of not doing that doesn't make sense to me at all. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to give just a little bit, one last comment I'm going to make really quick, just to give some more data to this. Based upon our CAFR that was produced and we just finalized in end of 2021, our liabilities were $100,318,440. If you look at our debt management plan and schedule that's within our management facility, they have a debt management facility to pay off over the next 10 years, $86 million total of principal and interest towards those bonds. So that's a 10-year commitment. So you're going to see a significant reduction in our bond and our assets and our liabilities. I mean, our liabilities and our bond debt if we continue on this type of current program. And the bond council that our CFO and our bond council has put together. So 86 million out of our 100 million in current liabilities really brings us into a very fiscally stable position going forward, where our facilities are in a proper place. And so to start tampering with agreements and doing 5, 3, 2, whatever, does not make sense. It doesn't help anybody, and it really does disrupt the entire overall. So from a financial standpoint and an operational standpoint, realistically, we need to stay the course of the financials that we have been set forth, our CFO plan. This board has approved CAFRs and debt management, and so I'm fully supportive of a 10-year plan, and so I wanted to provide that little bit of narrative for everybody as well.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the conversation. When I sit up in my office in Tahoe, I don't really think much about the event center or the bowling center. That conversation doesn't come across my desk. I do appreciate the financial information that's in the packet, and I'm very encouraged in the 2016 numbers when we were operating it and what that loss was. Obviously these buildings do lose money. I think we understand that. How you minimize that and how you drive the economic side of that is more important. The issue that I had was really, and Chair Lucy, you mentioned this, there is one page in the staff report for us to respond to. And as a board member, if you're asking me to make a decision, that could be a $20 million 10-year decision, or it could be less, but we don't know that, depending on how that loss comes through. No agreements. I've heard mention of an agreement. There's no agreement in here. I've heard mention of bonds. There's nothing about the bonds in here. I don't know anything about the ownership. I picked it up now, so I appreciate the conversation. But I do think moving forward, when this type of conversation is coming forward, particularly for board members that may not be as familiar with certain parts of the Rscva operation, and all of us will be in a different realm in that, depending on what the conversation is, I think we need to do a better job at having the information readily available. Again, the conversation, that's why I just quietly listened, because I'm not familiar with all of the nuances of it, but I do appreciate that. But I think there has to be a better job at providing the information in the future on a big decision. This is a big decision that this board is being asked to do, and I think from what I understand and what I've heard, it all makes good sense, and I do believe we'll do a better job with our facilities in-house, and I'm really looking forward to that. But I think we have to do a better job at providing the information that we're being asked to respond to, and a one page on what could be a $20 million discussion, I don't think is adequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Ms. Gill.
Mr. Chapman, thank you. You hit the nail on the head from my opinion. I think it is completely inappropriate for the board to be asked to be making such a major decision, major economic impacts, legal ramifications, multi-million dollars at stake. There's lots of history that everyone's educated us on, and it's very complicated. I've been told that since I've been in Reno for 4 years of how complicated this is. So I completely appreciate that. But given how complex it is, I think that I just can't understand why we're going about it this way. For something so complex and such a big deal, to be giving us one page and asking us to make a 10-year decision, I don't think that's okay. I just really don't. And I'm not placing blame on everyone because I think that's the way that these things have been done for quite a long time. I mean, I would advocate to make a decision on March 24th when we're given more information. It's not that I don't believe anybody, but I can't regurgitate what everybody just said. This is like, everything you guys said, my head is spinning right now. I would prefer to wait till March 24th to be given information from our attorney, to look at agreements, you know, so on and so forth. If I get outvoted and everyone feels comfortable making the decision now, that's fine. But I feel like I'm being boxed into making a very big decision today. Yeah. I apologize.
Thank you. Vice Chair
Go ahead.
Silver.
I'm sorry. Ann Silver, for the record. I was just going to make a comment that based on what Mr. DiLoretto said this morning, and having been on this board a few years now, I think the lesson to be learned is that we need to manage these things locally. You know, our experiment with ASM has not worked, and that is no reflection on certainly Renee or anybody who previously worked for the Rscva. And I want to second what Shannon said. When all I have in a packet is a loss of millions of dollars, I hope everyone can appreciate why I asked the question. I would have had no information about bond management. I mean, I can understand it as it's explained to me, but my hair is on fire hearing about the complexity. I didn't know it could only be 10 years. That wasn't stated anywhere, because I would have thought maybe it could be 5, and maybe we could see how well we do managing things in-house. So to Shannon's point, I'm not entirely comfortable. I'm totally comfortable with the fact we should manage this, and we should do a terrific job with in-house expertise on local facilities. That makes complete sense. Having an organization 3,000 miles away managing things locally has never made sense to me. But I do think that we deserve a little more explanation than one page of millions of dollars of losses, which if I showed my board, they would say, excuse me, I need some backup. I need to understand what we think we can remedy and improve here, and not just because we're under the gun with a 10-year agreement that's about to expire. I don't think any of us are opposed to the fact that we want this to be continued, but I would suggest, like Shannon has, that we might have a little bit more information so that I'm at least handling my fiduciary responsibility in looking at not only the losses, but what I've heard today are the corresponding room tax revenue that come in because we have events at these locations, and then saying to ourselves, what are we going to do differently to perhaps turn the tide? And I would want to hear that. Just saying let's do it for 10 more years doesn't tell me anything about how it will improve. And so I think that's why, Chair Lucy, I wasn't attempting to split the baby here and create 2 different issues, but I can't extricate one from the other just on one sheet of paper.
Understood. Mayor Rscva.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say, Renee, where are you? You're amazing. You're wonderful. I just want you to know that. And even though, I've been very critical of ASM, you have been the bright, shining star. So just please know that. So whatever happens, I keep you here. So that's really important that you know that, Renee, because honestly, she has done a tremendous job, and especially, with my job that's really tough, and community things that happen, and you have just been there, every step of the way, so you need to know that. I'm super grateful. I think Shannon is absolutely right. I think you make a fantastic point. This seems to be common, and I'm not quite sure, but let me just, some of you may or may not remember, many of you probably were not on, but when we looked at the ASM contract, I sort of complained that there was actually a contract for carpet that we had more information on than we did for the ASM contract. And so it seems to be sort of this, pattern. And so especially when we're making such big decisions, I want this board to have full transparency and the full numbers. I know this board, we've gone through a lot. I mean, we've been through, I don't remember, 3 CEOs since I've been on this board. And so, I think we've had a lot of transition. One of the things is I know we're all really, really busy, and so we tend to also think, okay, our Rscva, team has it all dialed in. But I would just say that when we are looking at these, it's really important that we, talk to our CEO before we get into the room so you really understand it, because they're really complex. They're really tough. And so I agree with Shannon, it's very, very difficult. But again, we all come into boards and we're sort of given like, here's the past, right? There's a lot of things that have happened at the city, and I look at them and I say, we would never do this. But it's kind of what we're dealing with today, and that's a little bit challenging. So I would just say, in the spirit of moving forward, I think moving, in different directions, to Ann's point, we definitely have to have a comprehensive marketing plan and really stay dedicated to it and really push forward. And I think that's where the opportunity really comes into your point, Charles, which I think you made a good point. With that being said, Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am. I think we've discussed this further. I'm going to say that I appreciate the comments from the board today. I am not going to take this and move this. I think we have had enough discussion about it today that I feel, we've all approved CAFRs and whatnot, and if you haven't read the CAFR or not, those are the discussions that need to be had. You have to, as a board member, it's important to participate and understand the information, and not having it provided, I will take full responsibility for that. I should have approved the packet before they went out or before they were projected, but I think I'm ready for a motion.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I would like to motion to extend the tenure agreement.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Murdoch. Any further? I'll take no further discussion. We've got plenty of discussion. We need to move on with our day.
Can I don't know how this
sorry,
works.
go ahead.
Can I make a motion to postpone to the March 24th, or I don't know how that,
No, I already have a motion on the board, so hold on
Okay.
1 second.
Sorry.
So I have a motion on the board. I have a motion on the board floor, so I have to take a vote on the motion that's on the floor currently. So I have a motion and a second. There's seeing no further comment. Your comment has been heard, Madam Ms. Keel, in regards to moving it to the 24th. But I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. So I have 1, 2 in opposition. That motion carries with 7-2 in support of the motion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I do appreciate your discussion this morning. I do, once again, want to apologize for the lack of detail. I'm happy to sit with any of you and discuss this.
But I agree.
Do we want to take a brief... Do we want to take a brief bio break and then let Mr. Omat get ready, and we'll move right into the strategic plan. So we'll be adjourned until 10:40, everybody. Thank you. In recess, not adjourned. Don't leave. Stay right here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask everybody to grab their seat. Ladies and gentlemen, can we grab our seat? We're running behind here. It's 10:45. This morning took a little bit longer, and our consultants do have a timeline in which we have to work upon. So we are going to try to go through this as quickly as possible and make some decisions here on this. So with that, I want to turn this over to Mr. Harris. We're going to jump right into item F1. This is our board retreat and strategic planning workshop consisting of a review and discussion. So with that, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. I'd like to welcome back Paul and his team. As you remember, Paul was out here in December, and we had started the process of that. Just want to give some context to understand why we invited Paul and his team to be here. Last night when I was having dinner with him, Paul shared with me that he has flown about 5.5 million miles during his career. 5.5, I just want that to set in. 5.5 million miles for work.
My arms are getting tired.
And Paul, what, Air Canada, American, all has more than 1 million miles than what he's done. But the real reason why he's here is he's worked with destinations like, hundreds of destinations like ourselves, something, I don't know, Paul, you'll correct me, but more than 300 doing strategic plans, master plans, everything around that. And we found the best to bring into this destination to be able to move us forward in a strategic way for the next 3 years. So with that, Paul, I'm going to turn it back over to you. He's going to start by recapping some stuff we had before and then move ahead. Paul, thanks for being here.
So thank you. It was interesting to hear the discussion this morning. So just as a quick recap again, I'm here to really help you put together a new 3-year strategic plan, 6 core elements. And today is really just a touch point with the board to get your feedback on the direction that's being provided. There's no vote today. The management team is going to take your feedback direction back, and then we'll flush out the plan for presentation at one of your next board sessions. There has been a lot of engagement in this project. We had 26 interviews. Greg Oates and I did one-on-one interviews. Many of you, I think most of you here in the room. We had over 400 responses to the comprehensive DNEX survey. We had multiple strategy sessions with the management team, the one with the board. And then we also, with your local consultants who had worked with you on previous strategic plans, they were also involved. We worked with them, and they were participating with the management team on helping to put together some of what you're going to see here today. What I want to do is, and I'm going to do a condensed version of sort of a recap. I know you have it in your binders, in your packet, of just of the material that I went through the last time. There's just a couple of things that I think are really important there to touch on. We want to spend most of the time today looking at what the management team, what we believe should be the core goals and major strategic initiatives of this plan. This is really to anchor the pillars of the new strategic plan. One of the things that I feel strongly about, and you're going to hear this later, is strategic plans should set strategic direction. And it's not about doing things right. It's about, are you doing the right things? That's really what we want to make sure in this plan that we're really focused on. There's going to be annual business plans, marketing plans, that tend to be more on the tactical side. But generally what we're seeing is shorter, clearer plans in terms of really the priorities. That's really what I hope we can achieve with you as part of this. And then to get some discussion, there's been a lot of work done on vision, mission, and values. So that's really what we're looking at doing over the next, hopefully, 2.5 hours. This is going to be highly interactive with input. In terms of the DNEX, and I think most of you were at the last session, we do every 2 years a future study, and then we've done now assessments of over 300 destinations. So in the future study, I just want to, this was work done last year. We interviewed over 200 industry leaders from around the world on what are the major trends and strategies that we should be thinking about in our industry, and had a survey of, we had over 700 DMOs from 52 countries. This was the biggest survey ever done in the DMO space. Now, what's significant, and it's going to be, I think, a major sort of topic of discussion today, and this was based on feedback from many of you around the table, is alignment. Out of 100 trends, these were ranked by the 700 DMOs from around the world. The most important trend was aligning government, community, and industry priorities to drive destination development and destination promotion. More important than anything on social media, more important than any sort of meetings trend or anything else. Number one. So that, again, we're going to talk about that today. Where we got to the last time, and I gave you all sorts of case studies and things the last time, is the 3 major transformational opportunities for DMOs to be thinking about right now strategically. The first one is about this alignment. Right now, there's massive opportunities promoting destinations, live, work, and play. You're killing it on the economic development front. There's people, you're attracting businesses here, you're attracting residents here. so that's just a continuation sort of what's being done. Sustainable development is another major topic. We're seeing an expectation from visitors that you demonstrate a commitment, especially in terms of meetings and conventions, but also from residents that there's a commitment to sort of mitigating the negative effects of over-tourism, which many communities are facing, especially in places with such incredible natural resources as you have here. And then finally, this shift towards values-based marketing. A lot of the marketing today, what all of the marketing gurus are saying is it's not so much about your attractions, it's more about the feel of the city, the buzz, the sort of the community values. And that's how you differentiate yourself from, other, resort communities or outdoor recreation communities. When we looked at the interviews, these 26 interviews, we were asking for discussions, and we had some really hard-hitting, good feedback from everyone about what the major opportunities for the destination, the major issues for the destination, and the priorities for your CVA. I think when we look at the opportunities, there is a tremendous amount of optimism for the sort of the opportunities that you have. I think one of the most significant mistakes that's been made in the last 2 years, sort of in terms of projections, in terms of dealing with the pandemic, is we have dramatically underestimated how much we can stimulate the local leisure market to travel. And I think, and we were talking earlier today about sort of what we're seeing, unfortunately now, continuation of the, sort of the lingering components of the pandemic, but also with hostilities in Europe, is I think international destinations, international markets are going to be challenged for still a significant amount of time. So there's going to be a situation of have and have not sort of destinations. Yours is definitely on the up. Your numbers that you're generating right now have been phenomenal. So there's a lot of optimism in different areas. In terms of issues, there was a lot of talk, and we're going to come back in the presentations for the specific initiatives about air service, downtown, homelessness, workforce, the brand beyond gaming, the lack of border alignment. I'll come back to that in a second. Mobility, access, public transportation as being sort of, these were comments that came from almost everybody. And then finally, the last really important topic is what should be sort of the things that we should be thinking about trying to address strategically as part of this plan from a CVA perspective. And there was a lot of talk about, alignment, leadership, community support, industry fragmentation. And what I want to just put to you right now is, even listening to the discussion this morning, and I think there's a lot of, this is a very high-powered board. There's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of good intentions here. 3 words that I want to plant the seed for you. The first one is alignment. I think your destination, your community is more difficult than many others to generate the alignment because of 3 things. You've got the regional sort of things between Reno, Sparks, Tahoe, so there's that sort of natural sort of, different interests in some cases. You've got downtown versus other regions, and then you have resorts versus sort of the rest. So alignment is an area to be really sort of thoughtful on how that can be addressed. I know there's been a lot of talk and attempts to do it, but I think it relates to the second point that I'm going to just touch on. The second word is on the governance side. We heard lots of comments about, delineation of responsibilities between board, and management. You know, what the board is doing, being asked to do in different meetings. And I can tell you, I do probably 2 board meetings per week between board retreats and sort of board sessions. Typically, the discussion that you just had, and this is based on sort of my observation today, so take this for what it's worth. Typically, a discussion like that would have gone, that's an important discussion. These are big topics you're dealing with, would typically go through sort of a committee that was, you know, charged to deal with it, then go to an executive committee, then up to the board with a recommendation. My sense of what's happening here, and this could be what's causing some of the tension potentially between, you know, members of the board and non-board members. This is not just about sort of alignment here. It's all the other key stakeholders who are non-board members, is some of the processes to come to a conclusion and to a vote. You may want to think about sort of, is there ways to potentially improve the engagement and sort of support and transparency in those discussions. So that's the second point. And the third one is focus. What I'm finding right now, this is in virtually every destination, is there's a lot of stuff that you have on your plates. Many organizations, Charles said, 80% of sort of your budget is allocated to marketing. What I'm finding everywhere is the sales and marketing stuff is, the management teams have figured a lot of that stuff out. Where you're being asked to spend a lot of your time is on the destination development, on some of these other big topics, like who should be, you know, how do you improve customer service? How do you attract more experiences to a destination? What should you be doing in terms of event creation? So what's really important is many organizations have had reduced resources, increased expectations, is how the hell do you reconcile that? So what we're seeing is much more focused strategic plans on, you don't want 100 or you don't want 50 initiatives. You want a shorter number of really important things in terms of moving forward. Your last strategic plan, which was a good plan, it had a lot of great information in it, was 200 pages. It had, I mean, dozens and dozens of key performance indicators. What we are typically seeing, Visit Orlando, obviously one of the biggest, most sophisticated DMOs in the world, not just in the United States. Cassandra Matei asked me, she said, I want a one-pager. Her strategic plan's one page. We had a 10-slide PowerPoint deck, but on basically one page on what were the key sort of goals, initiatives, and KPIs. So that's a very different approach, but that's what I am finding, and I know you've challenged me, what is the best practice in many destinations? That's what we are finding. You can have more detail in the sort of the annual business plans, the tactical plans, if there's reports that come up on, you know, specific topics like you've just discussed earlier, is put those in other documents. But that would certainly be the recommendation that I would make respectfully to this board. So I'd love to get your feedback on that if you agree with that, because that's going to have a big importance later in terms of the discussion. Do you? Okay, so that's something. So we'll talk about this again. Does anyone not agree with what I just said? Well, any one of those.
I think the board alignment is I don't know how I frame this. I think part of the issue is you've got to have thorough staff reports in order to make good decisions. I'm just going to throw it out there. You got to. I actually, Shannon, I thought you brought up some really good points. Andy, I think that comes back to, that's a staff role. I mean, I serve on the airport board. I mean, we get full information. And you have to have full information, and even the discussion last month regarding the restaurant, our vendors, for food vendors. So what happens is you get in the weeds if you don't have the information. You got to have that information presented to you, full staff reports to the board. So I see that as a real issue here. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but I think that's very important as we move forward, to have full-blown staff reports, the history of the issue today, like today's vote. Again, the history, the legislative history, the bonds, all that stuff. And I think you'd see more alignment if the information was there. So I see that as a staff function. That's not a board function. That's not my job.
Yeah.
My job is to set the policy. My job is to get all the information and then be able to make a decision. So I just want to throw that out there with the board alignment, because I take a little bit of, I understand what you're saying, but I also think that's got to be on management side as well. And no offense to anyone
Point
in this
taken.
room.
And Paul, and one other thing too, and I said this earlier in my discussions, is that, it's unique to Nevada between the LVCVA and the Rscva that we're very unique and different than other DMOs and CVBs in the sense that the complexities of what we do. We're very integrated, not with just the local governments, but also the state government. One of the reasons that our previous strategic plan, which I'm still very proud of, was 200 pages. It was 200 pages is because that was what was requested of us from the state legislature for the money that was given to us, right? And so there's some challenges there. So when you talk about alignment and leadership in the community, very often DMOs can stand alone and not have that everybody kind of reaching into the piggy bank kind of, or providing direction. And so what happens is that you get this misalignment because too many people are adding their suggestions or their direction, and it doesn't allow for board to really kind of give their specific direction. It doesn't allow for management to make their own decisions because they've already got a preset of guidelines that they have to adhere to. So there's some challenges there structurally from when this was the Washoe County Fair and Recreation Board. Not a CVB, right? You go to visit Anaheim, you go to Atlanta, you go to Orlando. They don't manage the facilities. They do the marketing and they bring in the sales. They do different things, and they support their own facilities where we support properties. And we sell our properties first before we sell our, so there's challenges there, as you've already pointed out. It's not just the board, we have to acknowledge the stakeholders in which we have a certain responsibility to because they pay the room tax, not by choice, but they all have convention space and they want to see those host properties. So it's different, and that's the challenge that and this is not from every consultant we've had, whether they're local, that's the challenge, is having be able to decipher what exactly Reno, Tahoe, Las Vegas, state of Nevada really is, because it's different. It's just the complexities and who we are. You don't have general managers from corporate companies sitting around at a board of directors. You have owners, you have elected officials, you have community members that, so that's a different too. A composition of the board has changed. Different than you would see in other DMOs and CBBs as well. So, you have to acknowledge that those are the complexities about going forward. You can't just disregard and say, well, every other CBB does this. Well, that's great for them, but we're not every other CBB, right?
I totally agree with that. Like, I'm not diminishing. The complexities here are more complex. And I do think, and I've worked with a lot of airport authorities as well. I started another aviation consulting company previously. And I think in many cases, the processes and the sort of stakeholder engagement that you need to do is more like an airport. Because you are dealing with, you have resident interests, you have all of the sort of board, but then you have all of these other, stakeholder groups as well. So I think processes leading into sort of votes on critical things is a a big deal.
Paul, just a couple things. Clarification. We don't spend 80% of our budget on marketing. They have 80% of what they normally would. That's the first thing.
Okay.
And the second thing, to Jessica's point, I think that on that one agenda item, there should have been more information. There's no question about that. But we also put together a 135-page packet for this board meeting, and I think that hearing what you need and what we need to do, we will have thorough, and we will always, on a go-forward basis, have thorough information. At the end of the day, we've got to be able to execute, and it's a matter of resources to be able to put trust in us that we are going to execute at the direction of the board the goals that we all agree on and we submit to you on a yearly basis. There's a lot that we have on our plate right now, and not being defensive, but just matter of fact. We have our yearly goals that this board approves. We also have the Conference of Mayors coming up. We also have the 3-year strategic plan coming up. There's one more. Facility transition plan that we're working on, right? So there's so much, and that's not to mention, Davis Cup here next 2 days. That's not to mention the Customer Advisory Board next week or the bowling extension. And what I want to say is this team works really hard to make sure this board is there, but I hope that this board also trusts us to be able to go and execute based upon those goals as well. But to your point on that one agenda item, we absolutely should have had more information in there.
I think it's helpful to have these discussions for the board. It's not a criticism, but even on the food vendor discussion, we need direction from, we do need some direction from staff on the way to go. We were making that sausage at the table last month, so I think that's where I rely on the Rscva staff. You guys are incredible, good team, but we need to have, what's staff's recommendation? Yeah. I'm Charles, it's not crit, but we should have that, and we should have the history. I mean, that is our function as the board. So I'm just saying that would be helpful. I'm just one board member. I don't know what the rest of the board feels this way, but last month was another good example on the food vendor. I would have liked direction from staff. We went round and round on that, and we're at the deadline. So I'll be quiet, but I'm just, we need your expertise. That's what you're here for, and the staff's here to give those recommendations to us.
And remember, everybody, this is an open discussion. I want to make sure that we just have it. This is kind of a free-flowing discussion. We're going to take all the formalities out of it. We've stylized ourselves to do that. So with that, so if you just jump in and have the conversation and add, please do. So
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you, Ms. Ferraza, as far as I'm one who makes decisions based on information that I have, and it's critically important. But I also, in what you're presenting on board alignment, and in going through that destination leadership book that I revisited again on really our purpose as a board is forward thinking, it's strategic planning, and it's just like I do on the city council, it's policy and it's budget. So really and our focus needs to be there, because we are not the operational arm. We have Charles and his staff, so you bring us the information. City council staff does all the work, and then they present their recommendation, and we can say yes or no, or we can make adjustments. But I depend on my staff to provide me with that, and I trust the rock stars that are working for this organization, but I want to let them do their job, and I want to make sure, for me, a priority is making sure we are not getting into the weeds and doing operational decisions, because that's not what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to do the policy and the budget and the strategic plan and make those big decisions based on the information they give us, but really staying focused there and getting out of telling marketing or telling sales what they should be doing, because you're the experts. I'm not the expert on that at all. I depend on you and your expertise. So that's kind of where I would like to see our focus go.
Thank you.
I'd like to add that, we got to look to our CEO, Charles. He's got to have the visions that he sees that he gives to staff. But the visions you see need to come to us. We just need visions, because we think strategic plan, but in that strategic plan, you have a vision. We all get aligned on the fact that we're all agreeing. We come to a meeting and we can all vote the same way. I sat on the same airport board, and I've seen, you know, the information that we had. But again, it was always a CEO vision. It was, whether it was Chris Bart or we had visions. So I love that staff does it too, but I want to hear from Charles and get his vision for the board. I don't want to get involved in the vision. I really don't. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll give you some ideas on things that worked, or whether it was this event or this event. We'll just, thanks, Stephen. That means shut up. That's called, you know what that is, Stephen?
I agree with you.
That's called, what do they call it when you got gonged? This is the gong show. I just got gonged. Okay, thank you.
Well, and that's a great point. I think that's why we have, with the management team in the last, with Charles' leadership, we've had a number of sessions to sort of, work on the mission, vision, values, to work on, the goals and initiatives that should be moving forward. So we're going to share that with you in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was funny, like that. We're all just like, one of the things at the City of Reno that is changed tremendously, and we've gone through different leadership there with our city manager, is that the culture inside the organization, I think, is really, really important. And the CEO sets that tone, sets that culture. And I know, I'm very sensitive to it because it was very challenging at the City of Reno for many years. And really, it's your team that makes you super successful, makes you excited to be there. And so I think, and there's been times on this board where people have said, don't get in the weeds. I really hate hearing that, don't get in the weeds, because we were elected, especially, the electeds on this board, and those of you that were appointed on this board are here for a reason. And everyone's voice matters, whether you agree with them or you don't. Some things we are going to agree on, some things we may not agree on. Everyone's got to be respectful of that. But one of the things that I notice that makes an organization successful is what it looks like internally. And that's something that I think we kind of just brushed over. And I want to make sure that internally everyone, is really excited to show up every day to work. They are present, because a lot of people are showing up, but they're just not really even showing up. Does that make sense? When we've all seen people that work for us or with us, they're just like showing up, but they're not really showing up anymore. And once you're checked out, you got a real problem of moving an organization forward and successful. And I want to make sure that that is happening here. And like I said, I'm sensitive to it because at the City of Reno, we have had to, pivot, and we have Doug Thornley that has come in, and he has been tremendous. For retention is really important now more than ever. And keeping hold of those rock stars, because also the market's so competitive, we will lose really good people. I don't care, if you work for one of our great casinos or whatever, or, whatever you work for. But I think it's something, and they are saying that. Recruiters are saying that. That's the number one thing people are looking for now more than ever, is a great company culture. Even sort of that work-life balance, I think in America we have just a different culture of work, and it's go, 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 push, 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 and we don't do a great job of work-life balance. And that's where you're seeing now this shift, because everyone's been so remote, saying, wait a minute, I kind of liked this over here and I could be more productive. I'm not saying that for all of you guys, but I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying that I think culture, it means a lot. And I also want to hear the feedback of the people that work for our organizations, just like I do. I want to hear it at the city.
Agreed.
I think that is all together, not just Charles. It's all of you guys together, making it great and sort of pushing that momentum forward.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I wanted to say. And I feel like in the past, everyone's been like, shut up, Hillary. And, I just want to address it. Like I said, the elephant in the room, but I know it can be uncomfortable, but I think this is what the future looks like for great corporations and,
especially with an organization that has so many opportunities ahead of you.
I just wanted to follow up real quick, Mr. Chair, your comment about the complexities of this organization and how it's different than many others. And I'm just wondering, and Paul, I don't know if you've worked in other places that have these kind of complexities, but I'm wondering if that's something that you can help with. I feel like the structure, and we've had different CEOs, we've had different board members, but the structure and those complexities is what stayed constant over all these years. And Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And I think it would take an act of God to like change, the structure and the laws and all this other stuff. So I'm just wondering if that's something that maybe Paul can help with moving forward, is like, how can we be more aligned? How can we get things done better given all of the complexities that we have going on? Just a suggestion.
Another thing is you look at, and I'm not using Vegas as a model because in the Caesars 60 casinos all over the world, you can't put Lula in with Reno. Reno Tahoe's way different than Lula or any of our other casinos, and you can't cookie cutter it. So point is, I really think you're headed on the right track. I agree with you, Shannon. We really need, again, I don't want to be in the weeds. I hope we can get to a place where there's a lot of history here of success too. And I think we need to go back, let staff pull the history, let Charles see history too, so we can move forward. And I think I'm really excited at what he's done so far. I mean, it's very bright for Reno, Tahoe, and Sparks. But again, we really need, I get along with everybody on the board, and the alignment thing, it isn't that way. I just think we could all get to a process that gets us in alignment. Yeah.
If I could just make a comment. First of all, I agree with Mayor Rscva that you're only as good as the people who work for you, and I think Charles has a great team. They've done exceptional work over a very difficult period of time. When we look at the financials and we see what's happened even during COVID, very impressive. But like Charlene, I've read that Destination Leadership book many, many times because I found it very helpful. And I think we should remind ourselves of two things, because I read something again last night that hit a chord with me. We should be focused on the mission, and Charles is focused on the vision. Our mission, I think we're all aligned in the mission. All boats float, whether it's a small business that I represent or it's the hotels, casinos, the spas, the restaurants. We're all aligned on that. I think the vision is how you execute the mission. And I, for one, am happy to let Charles and his team execute to that mission. I just think we have to understand there's a distinction between the two. And we should stay at the mission level and let the vision then be, to Jessica's point, then it's executed by Charles and his team. And I don't like the expression in the weeds either. I don't even know what that means anymore. But I do know that on the boards I sit on, including on my own board, I'm responsible for taking the mission that's given me by my board to then execute it in a way that vision supports the mission, period. It doesn't have to be this complicated.
Yeah.
That's it.
So,
I'll be real brief
okay,
too.
yeah.
Because again, this is a great discussion. I think just to clarify too, I don't look at board alignment as so much of I like all our board members, right? That doesn't mean that I'm aligned. And I think that's where, I think we're all respectful to each other and we get along, but and this is where I love the last, strategic plan. Now granted, it was a little thicker than it might, but in past years, it was an actual book. But the work that was put into it started boiling. And again, we're in a continuum, right? I mean, there's going to be a day that we're all off this board and the next board comes in. I think we learn as we go along. I think, again, that was a great attempt. I think it boiled down. I thought on strategy served a great role. It gave us, it took staff, it took a benchmark and gave you kind of a dashboard to be working off of on, again, for that 30,000 foot. I want more of a dashboard. I want to be able to know that how are we flying? Are we looking good? But you're the pilot. Yeah. But I look at this and I think board alignment's a great point. Doesn't mean that we're necessarily dysfunctional, but I think as you boil down, it gets back to your focus comment, Paul. I think as you boil this down, there should be 2, 3, 4 things that we as a board are really consumed with. So I feel like this is a good discussion. I go back to this collaboration of all our parts here. We're attached to the 5th largest global economy in the world, right? So from a regional side, we're in a very sweet spot, I think. I think it's one of the reasons that we've been buffered better than other destinations. But then when you take that step further out, you start throwing that between Tahoe and I don't care if it's Black Rock. I always would say like it's from Bishop to Black Rock Desert, right? When you start looking at cast the pebble in the pond, there's a great experience here. For the farther you go away, the longer you come in, the longer you stay. And Reno's a great base camp, Tahoe, but I feel like you're boiling it down to the right direction, and I look forward to kind of continuing that discussion on how we do align everybody.
Yeah, thank you. If you were to ask me, and I'll just tell you right now, because that is often a question when you've got this long list, is what do I see are the three biggest things for you as a board right now? The first one is sort of this whole facility sort of plan. You know, you can look at sort of being burdened with the facilities because of sort of the, you know, the financial implications, but that also puts you in a very strong position. I mean, you have some great facilities, as has been mentioned, with, you know, significant opportunities. So if that can be leveraged into an advantage, competitive advantage against other destinations, that's a big deal. The second one is brand. I think, you know, that's an area that the DMO, you know, has a fundamental sort of responsibility. That's where the expertise is. That's Charles's expertise. You've got Christina. There's a lot of, but that's sort of continuing to build on your brand. You've made improvements there, certainly in the last 5-10 years. That's a big deal. And the third one is I am extremely bullish on the possibility of either continuing to expand the events that you've got today. You've got some great events, rejuvenate them, elevate them, and then potentially look at new events that could continue to address. Those are, for me, would be three significant big things, and they're all included in sort of this, what's being proposed here in this plan terms moving forward.
Great. All right.
Okay, so that's sort of the feedback. Let me just finish here with the DNext survey. So basically, you remember that the model, this is a model that I built in 2014, is there are two success drivers for every destination. How strong your destination is from a product perspective, attractions, events, infrastructure, weak, strong, but equally important, how much destination alignment, community, government support there is for tourism on this axis, weak, strong. You end up with four completely different scenarios. The model that we built, and we've made changes, we added health and safety last year, has 12 variables, destination strength, 12 variables, destination alignment. We added EDI, we added sustainability, and we added emergency preparedness last year. So, and this was a perception survey of all of your key sort of stakeholders, all of the industry, community leaders, and clients. So major survey, we had, as I said, over 400 responses. What was interesting here, those numbers, I don't know what happened to this slide. What was interesting is that a significant number of the responses were from clients. So that's actually unusual. We had a lot of people. We had great representation from industry, community, and government leaders. Oh, these slides didn't transfer. Anyways, where you ended up was in the Mountaineer. You had above average scores for destination strength, but quite a bit better than average scores, below on destination alignment. So that's really, again, and you've heard this, it's a bit of a broken record, is what can be done specifically there. These slides are not... they didn't come out well in the PDF. Sorry if I sent that. They're in the package. So just the other thing that is important, again, is that when we looked at, if you look at that slide in your deck, I don't know if there's a page number on it, is there were differences in perceptions of different groups who responded to the survey. The good news is the people who rated you by far the highest were your clients. So that in many places, that's the first place I look in any sort of stakeholder perception is what are your clients saying? So they rated you up as a strong trailblazer, if you'll see that on that diagram. The people, there was just a few board members who responded, but that was actually the lowest. We want to see those scores potentially come closer together. I think we've talked enough about some of these. When we look at the scores that are low, dropping you down, health and safety, there was sort of comments about homelessness, or the scores on homelessness, cleanliness downtown, sporting events, sort of lack of funding, potential funding for that were the worst, the lower scores. And then on alignment, these are the high scores. You've got some great scores, culture, alignment with economic development, EDI. The lowest score by far was workforce. That's consistent with every other destination that we've seen. And you're dealing with the trifecta of sort of workforce issues: affordable housing, affordable daycare, and public transportation are the ones that many communities are dealing with. So that's a big topic in many destinations. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you, the three. I think that's good to focus on those three. That's very good. The workforce housing issue and some of these other issues and the collaboration with the local governments, is that a role that the Rscva should play in too, in favor of those initiatives? That's one thing I've seen lacking from the Rscva, like workforce development. I mean, workforce housing is huge for the hospitality industry, for everyone is suffering right now. Are these things that the Rscva should take positions on or be more intertwined with? I'm not saying they're the executors of that,
yeah,
but when you look at this, they're important to what we do is Rscva.
So that's a great question. So the answer would be, my recommendation would be yes. As an organization, you want to be at the table to deal with any of the issues that are going to affect sort of and have a significant impact on the hospitality industry. And that's a question that we typically ask boards of, do you feel that that is important? There's three general sort of ways you can approach any initiative like workforce. You could lead the initiative. So if there's no other group in Reno, Sparks, Tahoe that is sort of, leading and aggressively dealing with this, that could be a situation where you actually are saying, we're going to actually allocate people, funds to lead an initiative. That normally is not what I'm seeing in workforce. A lot of workforce, it's economic development, or could be chambers, other organizations. Some it's done at the state level. The second role is, do you support the initiative? And that's where you have somebody at the table. It could be a staff member, it could be a board member who is actually assigned to participate in the session. The third is if you feel that it's under control, but it's still important. So a good example of that could be some cities are doing major initiatives around hospitality culture, or downtown redevelopment. I'd say downtown redevelopment, I would actually always try to have somebody participate at the table, because there's zoning issues, there's all sorts of things, and it's so critical to any sort of destination performance. But then you would be you can monitor. So basically you say, we're going to let other people sort of lead it, do it, and we just bring them in once every 6 months, every year, to just give an update on what the heck's going on in that space. So that's really what we look at is those three sort of roles.
Because the workforce housing, I mean, I've heard it from Tahoe. I mean, everyone at this table is affected, and that has not really been addressed. There's been a lot of funding and talk about 60% and below, but there's been no vision on that workforce element, which I think is critical. And I know, Charles, you've taken a big interest in this, and I know that, but Tahoe's doing some cool initiatives. I just think Rscva, we should be supportive of those types of initiatives, because that's going to be a big problem, I think, in the future for hospitality. I'm sure the gaming properties are having a hard time. I know just other industries just trying to attract folks to come here. The housing, that workforce housing issue is big, so.
We're, just so you know, GSR will be building workforce housing on our property in the next few years.
So we should be supporting those kind of, that's why I was just asking, not trying to get off track, but the chamber, that workforce housing is just big. So that's great.
Every group told us that. Every interview with resorts, with hotels, everybody else.
So, Jessica, to your point, part of the reason that I make sure that I attend national industry events is to be able to collaborate with other destinations. Every destination is dealing with this right now, right? People are getting pushed out, the prices are getting, and hospitality suffering to be able to secure and retain those workers. What we've done is we've dipped our toe in the water that much, and it's around supporting the chamber, what they do around job fairs, or it's talking with TMCC, or actually talking with UNR to talk about where do we create the pipeline for additional workers that are going to help and stay in Reno versus going to Vegas. Yeah. What we haven't done is on the housing side, right? And so that's still at its infancy, and there's a lot of things. Again, it comes down to resources, but we need to create that funnel that's going to feed hotels and going to feed our industry to make sure that we're supportive. That's an ongoing process that's not going to stop for a long time.
But even a resolution, because I get it with the staff challenges, I just think that's something as a board that's very important, particularly for this board. And I know we're doing some stuff on airport, and cool for GSR. Workforce housing is just a big deal. So in chamber and from your side too.
Could you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
Mayor
I was
Rscva,
just going to say, I just think adding a resolution like that and bringing it to the council, because what we're hearing at the council right now is affordable, 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 affordable. But honestly, I do think this is a population that gets left out. Yeah. And here's what's really sad about the workforce housing is many of them would never qualify for a subsidy. They make too much money, but they would never qualify for a mortgage. And these are the people that are showing up for us like every single day, and they're working really hard. So for them, it's kind of like a double whammy. So one thing I would just ask all of you guys, because a lot of these projects will come to the city of Reno, that you really send that message to other council members and also in the community, that this is the type of housing we really need, is that workforce housing. And it's great that you guys, and I'd like to see all of us collaborating on that and figuring out how do we help you get shovels in the ground? How do we streamline the process for you guys instead of hindering it? Because government does a good job of that. Yeah. So I just like, we all to do a resolution on that.
I was just going to say, we've gotten away from using the term affordable housing because that's all relative to what you make. Exactly. And so I think the workforce housing is what we're all talking about. If we could roll the clock back to 2014 with Tesla, we'd be saying, we'll give you $6 million, but you need to build workforce housing. And I think we as a board that's mission is to increase hospitality and tourism, we can't do that without the employees to serve first-class tourists and people who are coming in. So while wages are growing organically just because of inflation and other things, we have to take a strong stand on hospitality and tourism employees, and those people need workforce housing. And we need to put a stake in the ground that this board is going to ask developers and others to find a certain percentage, because to the mayor's point, if you use the federal terminology or state terminology relative to affordability, the average worker will not qualify. So workforce housing is such an appropriate term when talking about where we need people to find, how we need people to find housing. And my own view, being on the EDON board, is we have to ask these developers that are coming in, these big companies, you don't get to come in until you build workforce housing. And I'm not going to get on my soapbox here, but if you look back 50 years, GE and some of these major companies across the country would have never become billionaire outfits unless they built workforce housing. They were villages, they were communities. Yeah. Detroit, automakers built workforce housing. You have to have this for people to live, and then they can work, and then they can afford childcare. But to call it affordable to me is just like
That's
saying,
a
well,
great
I can
point.
afford something that you can't. It has to be workforce.
Yeah. You know, I'm seeing that in little towns like Breckenridge, 6,000 people, towns of 6,000 people are dealing with workforce housing. And then you have Orlando working with the big resorts, same thing, that are, you know, that are looking at those types of things. So that's basically where we got to. Any other questions or comments? Can I shift gears then? So this goes back to this discussion about sort of the work that we've done with the management team. So based on all of this feedback from the DNEX survey, the interviews, and the other work, and looking at all of the previous work, is we did an exercise with the management team to brainstorm what are the most important initiatives for this organization over the next 3 years. So this was, everyone voted, so this was a really objective, transparent exercise. We had 16 items that were on the list. We had 2 of them that had a score of 9 out of 10 in terms of being the most important: establish unified, impactful brand and lead a rebranding, renaming of the organization. And then we had 5 others that had scores over 8. So this included, you know, working with the airport to expand air service, promote redevelopment of downtown, align sales strategy with stakeholder priorities, identify the ideal customer base, develop long-term facility plan. So basically what we did is we took all of these critical areas to try to look at how did they cluster? And where we got to was 3 core goals. This is not that different from where your last strategic plan was in terms of core goals. Was a goal around sort of sales and marketing priorities, another one around destination management, product development, and then one around the destination alignment. And this is, you know, the broader resident support, government, community support. So that's where we got to in terms of critical pieces and sort of the core pillars for this new strategic plan. Now, this was working, Erica and Lorna working with the team. The sales and marketing, more of Reno Tahoe's target audiences are visiting as a result of a clear and unified brand that inspires visitors and partners. Destination management, Reno Tahoe's reputation as an excellent meetings and leisure destination is a result of more air service, a vibrant downtown, and dynamic convention experiences. And then finally, destination alignment. The organization is seen as a leader, driving the community's reputation as an in-demand destination with amazing assets and special events. So that was sort of where we got to with the leadership team. How does this resonate with the board in terms of core strategic sort of goals for the organization for the next 3 years?
Paul, I want to jump in here. I think, you know, this is, from my standpoint, this is exactly where we need to be. I feel very comfortable around these discussions, and I think we've actually, this organization has really started that, and Charles has started that. One, obviously with the destination management, having the customer advisory board, which I think is a very, very great resource for us to really understand where our limitations are and where we are excelling. And that, as you pointed out in previous pages, that our customers find that customer experience is really up to standard for them. But it does continue to help us evolve the brand, who we are, and I think that really makes the driving factor. It's about who we are to get you here, the want to be here, and then once you're here, what do you need while you're here? And I think that's that want and need that is really identified in these 3 goals. And I like where we're going with this direction and identifying the priorities within each specific goal, how to really address those concerns that are currently out there and how we move forward. I think from my standpoint, I'm happy with this, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Others? Yeah.
On the sales and marketing, because I think the Rscva, I think the team has done just such a good job. I mean, the Twitter, all the different things. Can you be more specific on that one? I think one of the things we brought up, and it was brought up today on the facilities, so I do think this needs some work, totally agree, of branding like our facilities too. The bowling stadium is not in any kind of advertising, which is different. Things like that. So can you just elaborate on one? I like the strategic goals too. I think they're well done.
So where we're going to get you to right after this is to have the management team walk you through sort of this. They're going to go through the challenges and opportunities and issues for each of these three goals, and then to walk you through the specific initiatives that they're proposing.
You know,
so we'll get to that in just a minute.
And the other thing I want to make sure the board understands that these are the high-level directions.
Yeah.
This is not the specifics and identities. This is just kind of that. This is that broad stroke. This is that vision, as Ann pointed out, that we're really trying to address these three major concerns that we've seen out of the responses from the stakeholders, and this is kind of that alignment
at that
to
level.
that report. And so this is a general direction, and every, as kind of in that previous slide that Paul brought up, was it had more of the specifics per item or per actual strategic goal. So,
see, I'll show you here. I'll just jumping ahead. Let me just back one. See, so here we have specific initiatives that are recommended for each of the goals, which we'll walk through now with the time that we have. So where I really would like to, oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You know, I was looking at the idea of future ranking. Can you go back to that, please?
Sure.
And explain a little bit. So you're saying this is what the folks that we did obviously the studies, this is what they're telling us that we need to rebrand, we need to rename the organization. Those are things that, that data, I'm just curious as to.
That's from the management team.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wanted to be clear. I didn't know where that was from.
Here's the results of all the data that we received, and this is what we're recommending moving forward so that we can then drill down and develop that plan.
So yeah, this was, okay, this is you guys. Thank you.
This is by, your local experts. And I did push them on this because I know there's been comments about, you know, I know there's an expectation and desire for me to make recommendations. What I'm seeing as best practices in other places is we did really try to say, well, what about, you know, some of these other things that other groups are doing? So this is right from your management team.
Bob, quick question. And as we get into some of the goals individually by departments, I have a couple other thoughts. But one thing I want to toss out there that I think we have to consider, and it's a good conversation to have, it's about the more. Are we a destination that is just driving for more at the detriment of everything else? This is a big thing we're dealing with in Tahoe right now, for sure. And obviously, I have other conversations as we get into the whole Reno Tahoe. What does that mean from a marketing standpoint, a branding standpoint? You know, one thing I think we have an opportunity is to help clear up some confusion that's in the marketplace. I mean, if you go and ask, you know, particularly around the Tahoe, and I'll have this conversation around Tahoe because that's what I live day by day. But you know, you have South Tahoe, you have North Tahoe, you have Incline Tahoe, you have Reno Tahoe, you have Travel Nevada, you have Visit Reno Tahoe. I mean, it is a mess. Yeah. It is a mess. Yes. So one thing I want to challenge this board a little bit on is it a game of more? Is it a game of more visitors, more room revenue, more? Because that is not sustainable. And that takes me to the other point before I get, and then there's more when we get into the goals. But there needs to be a much higher relevance to sustain, and sometimes it's a stewardship. And I'll get back to the sustainability thing here in a quick second, but we are stewards, all of us, you know, depending on where we're sitting on that day, are stewards of everything we do here. So we have to elevate, I believe, the stewardship platform of this organization and everybody around here. And it's not even sustainability. I was at a conference recently, and there was this young gentleman. He was like 21 years old, incredibly dynamic. I mean, he was just amazing. But he's like, sustain. I don't want to sustain anything. If you all think sustaining is good, of what you're leaving our generation, that's, this is not good. I don't want to sustain anything. We need to regenerate and regenerative and all these things, and that's another conversation. But I do think we have to question or ask ourselves about the more, and where do we sit on just driving more and more and more. And I think we need to drive sustainability up higher in that 3 levels of objectives that were just on the page.
So, Paul, can I just jump in 1 second? I know you want to go forward. Sustainability is important, and when we get to the mission and vision, you're going to see sustainability as part of what we spoke about. It's also, I think, it emanates from how we align those mission and vision. We don't talk about more and more and more. The last strategic plan, which was phenomenal, talked about more and more and more when we got to at that level. What Paul has helped guide us through is, what are those important issues? Where could we have the biggest impact? And how are we sustainable long term? That is really important. And so that's what we will come back to that board every year and say, all right, let's now come to approval of the direction for the next 12 months within that 3-year plan.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Sorry, just one other.
Go ahead.
And how is that manifested within a budget? I mean, a budget is a manifestation of your strategic plan.
Yeah.
Where are we putting dollars for a budget for tourism mitigation? What are we doing about tourism mitigation, and how are we dealing with that? And those are big questions that destinations are dealing with right now. And where are we showing that we're actually putting, walking the walk? And I'll use just one quick example of this. We've been talking about fireworks around Tahoe in the middle of July for quite some time. Is it really smart to be throwing lit objects up into the sky at the high of the fire season? So our board, 2 weeks ago, put a stake in the ground and said, we're going to move to a drone show. And we got some pushback on the community. Of course, anytime you do anything, you're going to piss off half the people, and half the people will think you're doing fine. But the other issue we then had is we had other jurisdictions around the lake that were still doing fireworks. So now it's like we're going to be out there as an island on our own. But now we've got the 2 North Shore communities on the California side have now moved to drones. So I think it's really walking the walk, and where are we putting the dollars that are showing we are really committed to those, because it could be on paper, but if you're not doing it with your money and your budget and really enforce or leveraging and reinforcing that, you're not getting there.
So I'm flying to Vail on Monday to start a new project there to create, and this is with the town of Vail, to create a new destination stewardship plan. So that's exactly what you're saying, is a sort of a master plan to basically look at what should be done to mitigate, all of these sort of, negative consequences, address economic, social, and environmental sort of sustainability objectives. Okay, these are great comments, and we'll take this input. Corey's going to be taking notes here, fast and furious, in terms of some of the specific initiatives that we have in the plan. Go ahead.
It's interesting because I agree with Andy saying, I-80 is only going to yield so many, and you've got, as we've talked, Andy, transportation. But again, when you look at our model of what do we have, Charles, 16,000 rooms, rentable rooms, Mike, 16,000. So when you look at it, our mission is fill the rooms. When you fill the rooms, you fill. So I'm just trying to get through that philosophy of how you weave this all together. But we're looking for volume, because we need more people playing slot machines. The state gets taxed. I think you've got a real interesting dynamic because of the gaming and the destination. So I guess where I'm going is we really got to find solutions there, because we're looking at volume, especially after COVID, because everything took a deep 6. And I know we've had great tax collections, but you can only raise the rates so many times. And what I'm saying is it's bigger than just, I agree with Andy wholeheartedly, but we have a bigger issue with 15,000 rooms that we need to fill.
Yeah.
So, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Stephen.
I'm going to cut you off. I do think, though, this is the beauty of kind of our dilemma is we've got a very unique product here where we have 16,000 rooms in the valley floor. We have a very unique, I'm not saying our area isn't as sensitive, but you're very limited, very much like a Breckenridge or a number of these ski towns. You know, how do we tie the bow around it? And you see Bill Thomas here with RTC. I'm not saying it's all a bus, right? But it's really a more global discussion of how are we moving people? How are we getting people?
Yeah.
You know, how do and I don't mean it so much it's more, but it's retweaking that thought of how do you take a 2-night stay to a 3-night stay?
Yeah.
Less impact, more, you know, it's being thoughtful. And I think, and I'll tell you, if we're not careful, and you're feeling it, this over-tourism comment on, there is a pushback. There's enough, you know, and I think we are all interconnected, but I think there's, the beauty of it is we've got capacity too.
Yeah.
So I think we can be mindful. I think, you know, the fly-in market, we know for a fact they're going to stay here longer. Right. So how do we focus? It's no different than what we're doing. It's yielding too, right? It's no different than what we're doing at the pepper mill. We know that if we're sitting, if a year out we're sitting 80% on a certain date, we're not going to take a certain group. We're going to move them off the weekend, or we let them go to backfill into another property, which is going to benefit the area too, right? So,
you know, and Stephen, I think to your point too, one of the interesting things, we can sit here and say Reno, Tahoe, Sparks are all the driving factor, but for the longest time, what's really sold our community is gaming, plain and simple. Gaming has been the drive to people come. They're like, well, yeah, I get to go to Tahoe and I see the beautiful lake, or I can go and experience in different festivals, but it's been gaming that has driven people here. Whereas when you go to, you know, Orlando, you have different experiences outside of the hotel. Here, our customers come and stay in the hotel. They participate. And so, and I want to go back and look at COVID when we talk about driver markets too. You know, COVID, and I had this conversation with Andrew and a number of people. Through COVID, we saw some of our biggest numbers when the airports weren't flying, when they weren't open. We saw some of our big numbers of people driving to our community and utilizing because of the ability to get here, you know, the flexibility a little bit. So when you talk about all these kind of different dynamics, and Andy, to your point, you're right. We hit a certain amount of more, but when do you become dynamic and shift and start being a little bit more evolutionary in the sense of what else do they want? What does the new community want? How can we be respective of what's out there and what are these communities doing versus, and I think we have beautiful downtowns. I think, you know, that's why I've lived here. That's why I love living here. That's why I've raised my family here. I want to be in Reno. I utilize everything that is my region. But the point is that we have got to figure out what invites people here, but also retains them once you get here. And you know, one of these discussions that I've had with Congressman Porter before too, you know, people travel. When we've traveled to Europe, I've traveled to Europe. I don't just fly for the weekend. I don't go to Paris and fly to Paris and then fly home. I go to France. I go see places within France. We have a huge international market that flies to Las Vegas. Why aren't we enticing people from Las Vegas to travel to Reno, Tahoe, and come and stay and visit, you know, one of the world's largest alpine lakes? Why aren't we inviting people to do certain things like that when we're discussing a brand, when we're discussing a region? You know, to Andy's point, it's an absolute disaster. Are you going to go to South Lake Tahoe? And are we branding as a region? You know, I think we have to be at the forefront of that discussion, saying, hey, look, we're the regional leader. To your point, let's set the tone and let everybody, all the other CVBs around the lake or within the region or within the area kind of follow suit behind us and really set that ability to be kind of that regional northern Nevada, because we might be 500,000 people in Washoe County, but our catchment basin to the region is about 1.5 million, as that's from the airport standards. And then you talk about visitors into the community, you've got another huge amount of population that comes in annually. So I think when you have those types of discussions, what are you doing for the driver market? What are you doing for the local market? What are you doing for the people that are going to fly in? And then how are we addressing not just tourism, but those convention business as well? Because there's a lot of different strategies that have to go into enticing these people, from tourism to marketing to the region, you know what I mean? So that's why yes, these are all really very good conversations, and I want to get into the more meat and potatoes of those discussions. But I think from a vision standpoint, these really three are, if you start thinking about it and working your way backward, you're like, all of everybody's discussions in the last 20 minutes can go back to one of these three areas and really kind of find themselves living within one of those strategic goals. And so that's really what we're trying to achieve, is trying that massive vision for this organization, whether it's important or not, the brand or not, within marketing, how we prioritize that. That's really going to be the discussion in our relay, because we'll take the opinion and the information provided to us from staff, but we also want to put our perspective on it as community leaders, as stakeholders within our, and professionals within our own industries. I think that's where we're going to get today with some of that direction.
Exactly. Can we take that as a directive from the chair that that's what we'll do then? Is what I would propose is we start with this today, get your feedback on the initiatives that are in each of these, and then at the end we come back and see if you think there's anything missing. And then what we'll do is we'll take that input from today, flush it out, and then update the sort of strategy map for the future. And then obviously there's still lots of work we have to do to flush out the, I'm taking from your comment, we're not giving you just a one-pager as a deliverable here. There's going to be more substance behind it in terms of, some of the specific, tactical pieces as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is it's noon. What is the plan for lunch?
What we do next door is we can do a working lunch. We put Corey's put a wonderful buffet together. You can go next door. They'll have food available. I think she's going to go check on that. Or we can go grab some food. Take a 10, 15-minute break, grab some food, come back and sit down, and we'll kind of carry through.
Would that be perfect if you're comfortable doing that?
Does that feel good?
So what we'll do then is maybe take a break, grab the food, bring it back in here, and then we'll do 3 segments, one on each of these goals. The management team's prepared to sort of walk you through each of these. We'll get your input on that, and then after that we'll go back to the vision, and this was in a discussion, and then we'll also get your comments on the vision, mission, and values proposed for the next 3 years as well.
Wonderful. All right, let's go grab some lunch, everybody.
As everyone's eating, I just want to make a couple of quick announcements. Paul has to leave here at 2 o'clock, so we need to make sure that we get through what we... No, I want him to eat. That was not... Paul, that was not to get up and get moving. It's just an announcement that we have to get him on a plane, so we will Uber him out of here at 2. The second thing is, for those board members that have not secured, we do have tickets for Davis Cup tonight and tomorrow, either in the suite or in the facility itself. And then just also a reminder that on Monday night, we have the reception for our customer advisory board. We've got 15 folks coming back up here for 3 days. And I know Corey sent some stuff out, but we're going to be in the Atlantis Hotel. Thank you, Shiraz and John and team. And that's going to be on Monday night for the board and a few folks from the community. And then we'll move on. And we'll actually be welcoming some returning folks and some new folks that'll be on that. So that's Monday evening. Mike, at 5:30 or 6? 5:30. So just FYI. Finish eating. I didn't want to.
Do you want us to start? Sorry, I have to leave at 2 o'clock. But one of the promises I made to Charles mentioned my 5 million travel miles. One of the promises I made to my 5th wife was that I would try to travel less. I've only been married. This is my 2nd wife. But she doesn't like it too much when I don't make it home on weekends. So that's my last flight out of town to get back to Palm Springs. So is everyone clear then? What we'll do is I'd like to take about a half an hour for each of these to walk through. So this is sort of your initial sort of feedback. There is going to be another opportunity for you to comment on this. And I think what we should do is, Charles, maybe as once we even clean up this deck based on the feedback today, send it out again for you to, upon reflection, to give additional feedback. So the plan is we're going to turn it over to the management team. They're going to present for each of these some thoughts. Do you want me to control the remote, or do you want to control?
Yeah, you can control it, because this is my slide, and then I'll pass it over to Mike.
Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to go through sort of the opportunities and challenges just quickly from the management team's perspective. And then Charles is going to present the list of initiatives. And then what are the recommended KPIs for each of the 3 goals? So one of the items of feedback I gave again is you're tracking a lot of stuff. That's really good to be tracking it. But in a strategic plan, my sort of recommendation is to reduce the number of KPIs for the strategic plan. You're still keep tracking the stuff you're doing in terms of, impressions and, visits to your website and all of those things. But from a KPI perspective, strategically, it's better, in my experience, to have a shorter list of items. You've got a great dashboard now. I'm not recommending to make changes to that, but from a sort of high level for each of the goals, to pick 3 to 5 sort of critical metrics that help you define how you're moving towards achieving the vision.
And Paul, just to reiterate, that is moving away from the last strategic plan at the level of detail, and what you're recommending to us is a little bit higher up in terms of not necessarily ignoring the KPIs, but not getting granular with them.
Yeah, and keeping KPIs. Now, the other thing is you're going to see here some fairly high-level initiatives today. That is not where this plan is going to end. If you're comfortable with what's being proposed in terms of the critical pieces, the management team, and we'll work with the management team to sort of flesh out another level of specific tactical things. I don't know if it'll be 199 pages worth of tactics, but there'll be something. There'll be something in addition.
100 pages.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll turn it over. Is everyone good with that then? Okay.
Yep.
So I'll turn it over to Christina.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I think the conversation that we had prior to all grabbing lunch was really important, and hopefully that we can address some of the things that were brought up, and hopefully see some of those buzzwords on the slide. So I just want to go over some of the key high-level opportunities and some of the challenges that we have with marketing looking forward. As we've all discussed, we are strongly positioned coming out of the pandemic. We did pretty well during the pandemic, and so this is kind of the direction that we're looking to take. First and foremost, the organization is looking to attract a more affluent and mindful visitor. To your guys' point, volume and being mindful, that's why we kind of picked this, is we want someone who's really gonna increase the economic impact of our organization. This is about identifying the consumer base of the future, whether it's for MNC, sports, group sales, group tourism sales, and really getting someone that shares. We kind of talked about this at the beginning, but going back to those value-based marketing and finding an audience that shares similar values that we want within our destination, whether it's people who go to the lake, who respect the lake, or come to the Reno Sparks area, and they're the type of visitor we want here, and that it's accepted by the community too. And we really think that might help mitigate some of that tension between the perhaps over tourism problem is getting someone that has those shared values. So that's one of our key initiatives. Another one is we're going to look to expand support for annual events, perhaps attract new events, all again that enhance our brand values. There's been a lot of discussion about events, and you'll see later in this presentation that we want to make events one of the key pillars and core of our organization moving forward. And yeah, we just really want a strategic initiative to be behind prioritizing them and seeing how we can develop them, again, whether that's new or expanding events in our community. The next one is, as we take on the facility management, I know we've all talked about the opportunity for better marketing with our facilities, and that's going to be something we really prioritize. Just ignite marketing efforts to promote the benefits of the new efficiencies and operations with taking them on. The leadership team also feels that we need to audit our organization's brand, primarily establishing name clarity to communicate under a unified brand that is embraced by the community. After conducting an audit, doing proper research, maybe focus groups, really getting some feedback on what our research says, that we can look into our organization's name and present that to the board for better alignment. What else do we have? Several of these opportunities require us to build more research programs. We look to develop a research and business intelligence unit to make better data-driven decisions throughout the region. We want to use this in not only the departments across our organization, but also out in the community. We're already working with some of our partners here in the community to help leverage some of our research agencies. We've also, just so everyone is aware, we have restarted the visitor profile study. So those results will be coming out in a couple of months. And we just really need to reprioritize research here to make sure that we are making the right decisions. And what else did I have? I think that was it for all of the opportunities. We're of course all in tune with the challenges we face, whether it's prioritizing the needs periods, balancing with visitor volume, building consistent air service, directional alignment, the uncertainty of competition as we come out of the pandemic. And yeah, I mean, I can talk endlessly about any of those challenges, but we're all pretty aware of what they all bring to our area, and they are planning on being addressed. So I'm going to pass it over to Mike to talk about some opportunities in meetings and conventions.
Okay. Before we Christina, before you jump away, I know you kind of talked about the brand alignment with the destination. Maybe it's just me, and when I saw that as a challenge, I'm still confused. Can you kind of give me a little bit more substance to that? Because every time it says brand alignment, I feel like that means either the community doesn't believe that Reno Tahoe is a functioning brand, or, you know, speak to that a little bit more. Give me a little bit more clarity and definition, because I'm lost in that point.
Yeah, I think the key priority with that is to really identify our organization's name more than anything. If I was to ask the people in this group, what is the name of our organization, we might get a number of responses, whether that's the Rscva, the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, the Visit Reno Tahoe, our email addresses are at Reno Tahoe USA. And so that's mainly what we are kind of looking to do, is just hone in on where we use which names, and that is then adapted by the organization and the community. So we're not calling each other different names.
Yeah, if I can jump in. When I came here, what I saw very quickly is everybody in this community that knows who we are, right? And there's a lot of people that have no idea who we are or what we do, but people that know us as the Rscva. Period, full stop. Anybody that we work with on the outside, customers that Mike brings in, the consumer that we're going to go attract, doesn't know what the Rscva, doesn't see the Rscva, has no idea what the Rscva is. They know us as Reno Tahoe. And so the challenge with that is that we have mixed messages between outside and inside. We're not saying we're going to change it, but we have to audit and understand to bring a unified message to how we're referred everywhere, what it stands for, and how do we move forward. There's just been you've got three cities, three different county, state, city, it's a challenge, and that's the complexity that Paul doesn't usually deal with, right. But that we have to be able to synthesize or message better moving forward.
So it's from a marketing standpoint, it's an operational issue in regards to outreach between who we're interacting with, not whether it's staff, local, or our customer base. We have to have some more alignment there. Okay, that was what that's the kind of the definition I was looking for, because to just say brand alignment, I get confused with that. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Correct.
Yeah, and actually, there's a little bit of tweaking that
Too many.
There is not consistency in everything we're doing. So, for example, on LinkedIn, it's the Reno-Sparks Visitor Convention Authority. In other places, it might be Reno Tahoe. Again, that's where the lack of consistency that we have to clean up, so that we're aligned and that we have a clear message.
Before we move past marketing, I agree with what everyone's saying. In regards to the brand, is everyone happy with how we have, besides the name, but the branding that we've done visually through advertising and those means, is everyone happy with how we've communicated our brand? I personally think we've done a very good job. It's kind of like that, hip, kind of outdoorsy, a little funky, but outdoorsy type thing. Like you can do stuff outdoors, you can do stuff indoors. You heard from us loud and clear, though, we want to get an older demo in there because everything we've done has been very young. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that I still think we need to get that older demo in there somehow. But overall, I think we've done a good job. I just was curious around the table if what our thoughts were and if we're sticking with that moving forward.
Well, and I think when we talk about getting more affluent client, there's got to be an evolution of the brand, you know. And I've always been very consistent with that. The same as you, Shannon, is that you can't just accept one and move on. I think one of the challenges that we've had at the Rscva over the last decade or two is that we have changed the brand so many times. I mean, I have 40 different logos in of like tchotchkes and things, and West of Center, and 1,000 Reasons.
That's painful to hear.
It's painful to hear. It's painful to look at logos. I don't know which one's ours, and some people get confused about who we are. So, one, there has got to be consistency, but two, there has to be an evolution of what a consistent brand is, so that we do bring that, so it does address the affluent, that new, more affluent, mindful visitor that we're trying to attract. I agree, there has to be that inclusionary for them, and it is this, you know, what we've done, is that a deterrent? And so that's what I'm looking for from marketing, and I think that might be a challenge. I think you're right, we need to evaluate. But I love the logo. I think what we've done is put a lot of time and effort into it. I want to let Andy go next.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you're looking for input on, you know, additional or thoughts, but one thing I think we have to identify, either opportunity or challenge, and it's what I kind of spoke to earlier, is there's a complex relationship between the valley side and the lake side, and we have to recognize that. You know, Reno, Tahoe, and I know because obviously Washoe County has a portion of Tahoe, and it's used, and it's great to sell. And I kind of look at it, and I've talked about it, it's a sizzle on the steak. But we have to recognize that complex relationship, because if Rscva is out there pushing Tahoe, and I know we've had this conversation, particularly during the pandemic, you know, how does that interact with the rest of what we're doing at the lake, either in a larger region-wide lake conversation or a microcosm of us up in Incline Crystal Bay? I mean, we're also going through a reimagining the name change process right now as well, so it'll be interesting to see where some of those things come out. But I think we do have to recognize, and it's probably throughout all of these, is that complex relationship, and how do we deal with that? I mean, I don't think we can just keep saying Reno, Tahoe, but not recognizing what that Tahoe part and the impacts that has up the hill, because it's, you know, we're in a different situation right now. We're not marketing. We don't market to the drive market. It's one thing I'd really like to see us as this bureau as well, is can you start moving away from that rubber tire market? And it's tough because you have 15,000 rooms that have to fill here, but and I know we all support the air service, and that's where I think the future is, longer stays. You know, you're not turning rooms as much. If a hotel could turn a room less, that's good for you. But I think we do have to recognize that challenge and that complexity between the Reno Tahoe brand and the Tahoe message.
Andy, to your point, and Bob and Shannon, to your points, I think they're all really important. That's part of the audit process that we're talking about. Not necessarily that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and give you 400 and more logos or ignore. That's part of what we need to do to evaluate how we've developed and where do we want to go moving forward. And that's a process. That won't be done overnight. It won't be done in 2 months. But Christine is well positioned, and we will use the necessary resources to move forward with that.
I was just going to jump. Sorry, Rick.
Thank you. Shannon, I agree with you. We skew a little young, but we're still in the gaming business, and there's a lot of gamers that gamble till they're 85. So I guess what I'm saying, I hope we can get to a diversity, whether it's influencers or somewhere in your plans, to talk to the gamers that can be millionaires if they come to Reno. And I know I sound like a broken record. I sound like a broken record, but the point is that it's young and old. We need both. And if we don't talk to anybody about gaming, or it's always about a kayak or a ski or Pyramid Lake or something, we still need to drive the games of chance because people love it. And they want to know the successes that your destination has at making millionaires.
And Rick, you'll see it in the board packet. Gaming is absolutely the core of who we are moving forward, and you'll see that when we get there. We do not want to shy away from the authenticity of what this destination is. And so you'll see that as we move forward.
I just want to elaborate on that too with gaming. I mean, we have no state income tax because of gaming. So I was going to ask our facilitator, that is a different animal in this state, because that's why tourism is even more important, because people like not having a state income tax. They come here. That's why we're developing the way they are. We are. And so that is a huge, important component to our economy, and gaming it feeds that, and the employees and all those things. So totally agree and echo what everyone's saying. The only other thing is the sports. You had shown on the screen about the sports, where that was our weakness. And are we going to start maybe doing some marketing towards that? That sports tourism aspect, I think we are super weak, and it was identified there. And that's families and people coming in, and I think we're missing some opportunities there right now, that we have the opportunity to bring in more.
Yeah, and I think these are all really good comments, and I want to make sure that we can kind of keep moving along, but with the topics. And I know that Mr. Rscva and the staff are going to fill out some of these. So, you want to answer some of those questions really quickly?
I just wanted to get clarity on something and address some of it. So, one point of clarity. Would you guys recommend that we make it more clear when it says brand alignment to specify it more in the name, or are you guys wanting us to leave it as it is? I know there was a lot of discussion on that. Or does it matter either way?
Well, legally, you can't change it from Reno Sparks Convention Visitors Authority, so there's that. But you can, I think, from a marketing standpoint, I would lead with Reno Tahoe all the time.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I would lead with Reno Tahoe. That's who we are. It's Reno Tahoe. We don't have Reno Tahoe on our convention center, which is a little challenging, because it says the Reno Sparks Convention Center, which is different. But I mean, we have challenges. So I think, but from my standpoint, from one board member, I think leading with Reno Tahoe is really where we need to be, unless we have some massive shift through the audit that says that says something differently.
Great. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Mr. Rscva.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Christina. Mike Rscva. Thank you for the questions and the discussion on marketing, because it allowed Molly to finish her chips, and so she didn't get cut off on my mic, so it's perfect. Before I jump into my opportunities and challenges, I just wanted to add some feedback as it relates to sports. So I think that's a very, very good question, Ms. Braza. I think it's two discussions. It's one, whether we're talking about sports from a group standpoint, which obviously is contracted room nights within our stakeholders' properties, or whether that is professional sports, whether we're talking hockey, whether we're talking university amateur competition, where, to your point, it's driving FIT more than it is group. I think it's two discussions. As it relates to branding, I can tell you from the group standpoint, we do everything as it relates to Reno Tahoe, because once we leave that 1 hour bubble of our city, that's how we are recognized. From our booth, how our booth is advertised, we draw more attraction and foot traffic into our booth when we attend a trade show because of Reno Tahoe, and to be honest with you, probably lead with Tahoe more than even Reno. That's what brings them into our booth, and so that's what we have always utilized on our end. So you're going to see a lot of crossover between Christina's opportunities and challenges, as you will on the MNC side. But really what I'm going to focus on is how are we going to continue to move the needle over the next 3 years. And that being said, we need to focus on immediate opportunities, but we also need to address the challenges. So I've identified 6 opportunities that I think are on the forefront, that are right in front of us. And the first, to start with the bottom line. The cost of holding a convention in our market is very affordable. It's a competitive advantage. Our pricing at our facilities, coupled with our lower food and beverage costs at our hotels, differentiates us from our competition, and we continue to use that to our advantage when we are selling to try and bring conventions, trade shows, sporting events to the region. Both the Rscva and our hotel partners are still very aggressive with our concessions when we're identifying the right piece of business. And I say that right piece of business because that's where we, one, have monies allocated within our budget for signing bonuses. Cash is still king. Our hotel partners, whether it's the Atlantis or GSR or Peppermill or the Row, they align with us for the right piece of business. They will get aggressive in their concessions. Population. As our region grows in population, our opportunities increase. Population growth will result in consistent demand from airlift, which will result in more air service. I always use the line that airlines don't create demand, they follow it. To Mr. Murdoch's point, as it relates to the bowlers, airlines look at volume. They look at constant demand. When you have constant demand for airlift, the airlines will basically react to that, and that will lead to more service, more capacity, more cities of flights coming in. We have made significant progress in economic development and continue to develop live, work, and play districts in the key areas of downtown, midtown, South Reno, Sparks, and of course Lake Tahoe. New restaurants, retail, transportation, and walkable outdoor areas are appealing to the group segment. Our region has maintained a reputation of being a flexible partner and easy to do business with. The major convention hotels are primarily independent properties without flag restrictions and corporate contracts. We have tremendous community support to help with our business, and as of June 2, we'll have one team managing, well, I say 4 facilities, maybe 3 by March 24th, but at least 3. Yeah, thank you. The perception of our destination is transitioning, and we're seeing a new generation of buyers, meaning planners and decision makers who do not have a preconceived perception of our destination. Millennials drive attendance and influence destination decisions. Our region is now looked at as being cool and hip. Economic development is thriving, and seeing is believing, and you guys have heard me say this a million times. If we get them here, we will win more than we will lose. The meetings, convention, and sports team are a group of seasoned veterans that have established relationships, are unified with our stakeholders, respected in the industry, and truly represent our hotel partners as their national sales offices. We also need to look at our challenges, and we need to address those challenges. Air capacity, frequency, and price continue to impact our ability to contract regional and national conventions. Citywides is always a hot topic. It's always a discussion. It's always a question as to why we don't have more citywides. Citywide convention of 2,000 or more rooms per night must have a significant percentage of drive market attendees for our region to be considered for the business. We simply do not have the daily seats into this market to continually be thought of as a citywide destination at this point. And if you really just try and apply common sense and logic to that, if you have a citywide convention that is 2,000 or 3,000 people, their arrival pattern is going to be 2 or 3 days on the front end, and it's going to be 2 or 3 days on the back end. What will happen if we were to book that meeting, that citywide convention, is you're either going to create a situation where they have to fly to 3 stops to get here, which is incredibly inconvenient, or you will create a yield situation where we price point the cost of that round trip ticket to the point where you're not affordable. So citywides is a direct correlation to airlift and number of seats in your market on a daily basis. Room inventory. We need additional room inventory adjacent or connected to the Reno Sparks Convention Center. Any group that has 600 or more rooms per night and utilizes the RSCC requires transportation, which is expensive and inconvenient. We have received direct feedback from our customer advisory board members, repeat group clients, and new clients that for our region to become relevant in the group segment, we need to improve the convention center district. The interior and exterior of the RSCC need upgrades. The interior of the facility needs improved Wi-Fi, breakout rooms, electronic reader boards, and modernization and technology. The exterior of the RSCC needs development, restaurants, retail, green space, beautification, and eventually a transportation solution. We're seeing improvements and development in the downtown area, but meeting planners, including members of our CAB, still express concerns regarding homelessness, safety, walkability, and cleanliness. As much as perception is an opportunity, it is also a challenge. We've been very successful in winning over the meeting planner, the third party, or even the mid-management decision maker. However, we continue to struggle when the decision reaches the CEO level. The organization who still has that negative perception at the CEO level of our destination. Last but not least, our market has always experienced cycles where tourism does extremely well or struggles. Our recent success in demand, when I say recent, last 6 to 8 months, has resulted in a higher average daily room rate, plus hotel mergers and acquisitions has impacted the Rscva's ability to contract group blocks for the future. We need to ensure that we are building a group base now, as no one can predict the future, demand of the future. Thank you. Art. Sorry, questions?
Any questions? Go ahead. Either one of you.
Mike, the question is, when you look at the challenges and you look at the ability, and you brought up sports marketing, for instance, are you guys going to address that we possibly should control our own destiny, like purchase flooring for multi-sports, whether it's girls, boys, basketball, volleyball, whatever it is? I'm just saying, is there a issue there that gives us an edge over a destination because of the meeting plan? I mean, is that being addressed in facilities, or is that something as a challenge to us because?
Yeah, so Mr. Murdoch, obviously, there's been a lot of discussions with downtown facilities as it relates to new volleyball events and using those facilities. We obviously do very well in that particular sport in our market. Charles and I have had preliminary discussions as it relates to opportunities that could potentially differentiate us from competition. One of the concepts that myself and Shelley Fine and the sports team have come up with is looking into, actually, to your point, purchasing assets that could put us in a competitive advantage, whether that's an indoor track, whether that is a multi-use floor that could be used for both volleyball or basketball. And one of the questions that I have tabled internally with the team is and I don't know the answer, so I'm kind of putting Courtney on the spot, so I apologize, is that when we receive the federal grant that is to be utilized for capital, obviously within our facilities, could the purchase of assets be defined as a capital improvement? And I don't know the answer to that. But if it was, then I think, to your point, and I think we internally are aligned with this, is that we need to take a look at those opportunities. There's a gentleman who produces track meets all over the western United States, and he is extremely favorable on our destination. He's based in Sacramento, and he has told us, based on the limitations that are on the West Coast of indoor tracks, that could really be a difference maker for us. Both not only at the youth, and I know when we say youth and we get into the under 21s and the gaming aspect of it, but it's also collegiate, it's professional, it's AAU, it's youth, it's across the board. So tremendous opportunity there.
And I don't want to go down the road with Courtney yet with the other stuff, but Rick, to your question, I just want to add on to what Mike said. We have started to explore ways to differentiate, right? And one of them is additional resources within the current facilities. The second, and I turn to the mayor and I turn to the chair to say, in talking with Shelley and her team on sports, land is absolutely paramount to being able to expand youth participation, whether it's more soccer fields, lacrosse fields, whatever that is. Because if we got to Eagle Rock, 98% capacity or 102% capacity, whatever that looks like, we need to be able to add additional fields and resources, which will absolutely impact visitation and put people in hotels and casinos and everything else with that. Right. So, we looked for the help with the proper government facilities to say, is this doable? And if it is, how do we move that forward to have an impact? So that's part of the planning process that we're going through.
But I think that's also part of a bigger discussion. To your point, Mr. Murdoch, the property that you represent may be a segment that is of interest, right? But to my last comment in my challenge as it relates to hotel participation in group business and blocks for the future, I can tell you right now we are struggling. We are having a hard time securing inventory for groups for future years, and I think that's just being a former hotelier, is that everybody's performing extremely well right now. From an ADR standpoint, from a profitability standpoint, from a demographic of their customer, and I understand that. But we can't lose sight of where we are today is we don't know where we're going to be in the future. We would love to all have that crystal ball and make an assumption that we'll be performing at a high occupancy, at a high rate, with a great drop and a high win percentage in the gaming on the casino side. But for those of us that have been in this market for a long time, we know how that roller coaster goes. It goes up and down.
Jess, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Stephen.
Gonna add on Mike's comments. I do think, he spells out pretty concisely, I feel, it's not as easy as just saying, hey, get a citywide and bring it in, I mean, you've got, on some of these groups, it could take 5 days of air service to get them here to start the show, and that's not going to work. It's complex, too, from a property standpoint. I think, and he used the term the right business, and I think as we fill what was right 5 years ago may not be the right piece of business now. It's yielding that up and finding the right niche. The other thing is, I think, really leveraging some of our current assets. I think I look at Golden Eagle Park, and it's a great example of a pretty low cost of entry into what was put in there, but what generates a number of room nights, and it's a local win. So that's a true win-win, but it's what's that? Oh, I'm sorry.
$26 million a year in economic impact.
Yeah.
So people don't even, unless you've driven out that far and you've even seen it, they don't even know it's there. But all the softball and local youth sports and adult sports, I mean, it has, it's gone beyond the expectations of what Sparks thought it could become, and that's room nights, and it's the whole economic impact is phenomenal, and it is the biggest AstroTurf in the whole country. Of course, now we have to replace it at $1 million a year, so that's
with a waiting
challenge.
list. I mean, there's a waiting list of groups that want to utilize that facility.
Well, and I wanted to bring up really one quick comment, and Justin, I'll turn it over to you. One of the reasons I invited Director Thomas to come today from RTC is that, we did a really good job in downtown Reno, I believe with Virginia State, in conjunction with the city of Reno, to change the walkability of the Midtown area from across the river all the way down to Plum Lane. Where we failed as RTC is that we did not extend that all the way out to the convention center, or we did not improve Plum Lane all the way down to the airport. Because when you really talk about, and the RTC right now, and I did bring a slide, but you look at some of the fragmentation of where all of our properties are. We do have bus lines, but when I go to Salt Lake City, last time I was on a sales mission with this team, when we went to Salt Lake City, you can get on the light rail and you run right from the airport to the convention center. You run the light rail right over to I never got into a cab, I never got onto a bus, but I rode the light rail everywhere. And then I walked, and the walkability was fantastic. And I really enjoyed being in Salt Lake City. And trust me, there was plenty of homeless, there's plenty of challenges, but it was just that connectivity that gave me that sense of security and safetiness. We've got electric buses up and running up and down Virginia Street. We've got all this connectivity, but where we're missing is that just those last chunks to this convention center that connects the convention center so somebody can get on and drive down to downtown, or they can get from the airport to either the Peppermill or the Sparks, and we've got the 4th Street Prater project, when we did all the improvements on the 4th Street Prater project. That's a beautiful project that we did that connects downtown Reno to downtown Sparks. And so those are projects that we should be proud of, but we're at RTC, we're going to continue to move those types of projects forward, the bus rapid transit. And so as an organization, we should be working with RTC to help bolster that type of ridership and make sure that our convention business knows, because it is. Walkability is a challenge. I want to be able to get to a convention. I don't want to have to rent a car necessarily. I want to be able to use public transit and move around pretty freely. And that's one way of doing it. And if I can get to somewhere, so that's for me, obviously has been a challenge. We talk about air service quite frequently, getting them here, citywides. But when we talk about the right type of business, even if it's a smaller type of business, once we got them here, we got to get them around here, right? Because there's so much more to our community than the one property they may be at, or the box, or wherever, right? So that's for me a really important thing.
That's what I was going to address, was the RTC and the city just did the study. So they're out, that was just approved, last week?
Yeah.
From the portion of Liberty to, I think 5th, 6th Street, because you got the university that's done. And I do think there's that section with that study, and Rscva should definitely be involved in it, another heart of the tourism, but all the way to the convention center. But I'm curious too, because other jurisdictions, DMOs, I look at the convention center too, and the downtown facility, what a big opportunity to maybe do a P3. And maybe the city's plans need to be updated around the master plan around the convention facilities, but I don't know, going out to the private sector where we have a lot of, it's kind of outdated in the sense we have a sea of parking, which you could probably, that's a prime piece of real estate there on the corner, which maybe you'd get a hotelier or someone interested in that, and then do a parking garage as part of that where they build a parking garage. But I think that it said it in our last strategic plan, which was actually very good. There was a lot of meat on there, but we've got to do it differently. It sits there, it drives me crazy, that part. And I think an updated plan with the infrastructure with RTC, but maybe going out to RFP for a P3, seeing what's out there of public-private partnership to help with that facility, because it's got this, what we own the parking in the back too over there. And then on the downtown facilities, you have the city center, which is, I think, just sitting there too. And if you look at tourism convention facilities around the country, San Diego, Chicago, wherever, you have these beautiful green spaces, you have retail, that helps everyone. And I think that's lacking with on both sides our public facilities. And then the other thing is on the sporting facilities, and I don't know who serves on flood control now, but we looked at doing the Mill and McCarran, which would another way to collaborate with the Rscva and local governments that's in a floodplain. There are funds available that can't be developed over there of doing flat fields with the city of Sparks and Reno. I don't know where that is, but maybe you guys revamp that. Talking to the electeds over here, revamp that, because we have, when we did Moana Fields, there was a huge shortage of soccer fields in the region, and flat fields, rugby, soccer, football. We've kind of been behind the curve on that, but I think there's an opportunity now with the new swimming pool coming, but to maybe give some focus, because I think Sparks, that park has been a huge economic driver. So just those things, that's a lot of coordination with the local government's been important, and the right time with infrastructure bills and all those other things where we've got to get that plan. I don't know, Charles, we have, like you said, only so much time, but I think these are important pieces, and maybe going out to RFP on the convention center for P3 and seeing what interest is out there to do something.
You know, Jessica, thank you for mentioning a couple things. First of all, I'm not here to upset any of the hoteliers, so when I say this, please take that with a grain of salt. What we heard, what Paul heard in the interviews, what we received back from the customer comments in the survey, I printed out all 20 pages. They want a non-gaming flagged hotel next to that convention center. If we expect to have bigger conventions coming through, that is a requirement to a lot of these meeting planners where the loyalty is today. That will create compression if we can get there. But Jessica and I went and drove one day, and that I don't know how we do that. I turned to the board for help in order to do that, but that is really important for Mike to be able to sell and for us to be able to bring in some of these larger events. The second thing, and I think that we need to, Mike, update the challenges from air service to transportation. Let's think about this. Anytime any of us gets on a plane and we go to any city and it's not our city, if we're not going to rent a car, the first thing we're going to do is go into an Uber.
Right.
In the last week, I heard somebody, I don't remember what it took you last night, but someone got off in the last 24 hours or the last couple of days and said it was going to take 55 minutes to get an Uber from our airport. Yeah. That is not acceptable. We will never have successful conventions unless we solve transportation.
So I'm going to share some stats with the group because I think they're relevant, and I think they add to your comments, Ms. Ferraza. So I understand that there are several factors as to why our facilities aren't utilized at a higher percentage in terms of group business. To Mr. Rscvaga's point, we want the right business, of course. But as I provided my updated last board meeting, our recovery percentage, we're 10% above the national average. We are doing well. Chairman Lucy had requested me to provide him some data at the last board meeting, which I actually brought the report that I sent to him. And I think it's relevant to share that this market right now, this region is in high demand. We are seeing people wanting to bring their business here. And I think what really backs that up is in the numbers that I ran from that period from July 1 of 21 through January 31 of 22, we had 284 leads. Out of those 284 leads, 229 or over 80% were represented by business that had never been to this market before. Never been, not reintroduced, hasn't been here over 4 years, has never been here. We were always the market of rinse and repeat, right? Same groups, bring them back. So whatever we were doing, or whatever we are doing, which I think is a collective effort of all of the things we're doing, is working. And we are seeing a tremendous interest from new business in this market. I think the other thing that is important to show, which I shared with Chairman Lucy, is that for whatever reasons, whether it's because we have significant space in our hotels, whether it's the size of the meetings, but that same time period, July 21 through January of 31 of 22, we contracted 89 groups in the market to our hotel partners. Out of those 89, 23 or 26% are using our facilities. 26%. It's nothing. So you have 80% of inquiries on new business that want to come here, and 26% are using our facilities. So there's a huge delta, and I think part of the reason is for everything that we're talking about: air service, transportation, wanting to contract group blocks, wanting to bring their business here, want the group business in general.
And our gaming properties, I'll call the elephant out in the room, they all have convention centers. So so I know, Charles, that's been an issue and where we need to come together as a board, because I know, listen, I represent a couple games, that they want them in their facilities, but we got to do both. We have to have that, and we have to fill our public facilities. So I do think, Charles, I know that's been a concern of yours, and I think that's a legitimate concern. I think you got to do both.
Yep. No, I agree. The only thing I would add to all this is a great discussion, by the way, and I appreciate everyone's input. We're still in the first point, and we lose Paul in an hour. So we have to be able to get through the rest of it. I wouldn't trade any of this conversation for anything, but I don't want to lose him without us finishing.
Yeah. Can I just want to just throw this in here because you guys may or not know, but first thing, I'd love to know when the tipping point started to happen. I think, honestly, I'm just going to say, I think a lot of it happened with BVK and we all kind of got on board and said we have this different vision, and it was younger and it was energetic. Quite honestly, I think if you started to look at that, there was that tipping point. And I remember like going through the Miss USA stuff, and people were like, we would have killed to have that, right? And then all of a sudden we were too good to have Miss USA. Like, what happened, right? So I just, like that, I think you could define when that was. I think our brand is really, really on point. Sure, you can always go after an older demographic. I mean, we are so a region that's all encompassing. The other thing I just want to point out there, I've asked to have Pembroke Fields dedicated. It's a very large wetland area over there, and to make sure that we're not building on it but doing massive flat fields. One parcel alone is 50 acres. It's going to be very, very big, but we should be working on that with the city of Sparks for a long time. And I just have to say, Flood Board dragged their feet. I think it got very political. That shouldn't have been a thing. Everyone should have said, let's go on the Mill Street property. But I want you guys to know that this is something on the Pembroke Fields that I've worked really hard on, and I just want all of you to have it on your radar, because I think it's going to be sooner than later that will be up and going. I would say probably by summer. So I would just ask that you guys come and support at the City Council if you can. I think that would be really imperative, because that will be awesome.
I'm going to say one thing, and then I'm going to let Paul, Mike, and Art finish on. But I'm going back to, this is what I call the tipping point, the Bible. But when we went back and we talked about Groove Sports Outlook, we looked at, they said, well, there is so much opportunity and potential from permanent stadium seating and different programs that would allow for different associations like gymnastic, cheer and dance, volleyball, a number of different things that we could put into these types of all of our facilities that would fit. And every one of our facilities could facilitate something of these things. And then when you look at risks, there are minimal risk established events, especially those that or stay-to-play housing process. If you fund the provided startup events, there will be risks and patience, but these events will develop over periods of years. And so what we need to go back is that we had this in the strategic plan. We've talked about this. It's just executing. Back to the mayor's point and Safra's point, it's just if we don't execute the plan, if we sit here today and write another plan and not fulfill and back up what we're trying to do, then it's pointless. It's no more than the binder that sits on everybody's bookshelf. But I think you're right. I think we're all in the right direction. I think Mike's got a good handle on really what the market's out there, and I think this board is very, very passionate about making those change. Now we just need to follow through the execution and really do the transportation part. The cities and the counties have to work together. We have to find the funding. We had a presentation from Western Heritage. You have now the public reaching out and saying, we want to participate.
Yeah.
We want to make the facility better, and that community alignment. And if we don't, we can sit here, if it's just lip service, then it's just lip service. But we have to have a plan of action because we can plan all day, but if you don't execute, it's not
Chairman, really quick. Sometimes, though, I just get this feeling that we're almost like afraid, like paralyzed to spend money or something. We need to go. We need to get out there. Let's go. We've got money, Charles. We have been, hitting it on the head. We need to. This is the time to go, or we're going to miss this opportunity. But I do want to I'm going to tell you. So I just talked about Pembroke Fields. I didn't know this, but I was messaging one of my executives, and so you talked about working together. I'm going to get it on the record right now. Pembroke is in Washoe County, but we own it at the city of Reno. So. And the sewer fund owns it more. The sewer fund owns it actually. So I'd love a commitment from you, Mr. Lucy, today.
I'll have to get back to my chairman on that. I will.
I want everyone to hear this.
I'll relay that message, ma'am.
Let's go Fields.
I'll remember that. Point noted. All right, continue, please. Continue. I think it's your presentation now, right?
Ready? We ready? Thanks, Mike. Just for the record, Art Jimenez. So before I get into the items on the next slide, on the slide, just a quick little fun story, a true story. 2 weeks ago, we hosted Go West Summit, and Go West Summit has predominantly been around for 30 years. Predominantly has been an international tour operator trade show. Now they had to shift gears because of COVID, and they were predominantly domestic tour operators. However, there were still people here from the conference from 19 different countries. We had about 400 people attend, and I got to tell you that they are fired up about selling wide open space destinations. And when I mean they, not only domestic operators, but we had a group from Peru that was through the moon, a group from Mexico, and they're like, we got to fill this Volaris flight even more with the right people on that. So, and again, lots of comments, best Go West Summit in 30 years ever. We knocked it out of the park. So now getting into the items up here, I promise, Paul, I'll be quick, okay? So while we have infinite sales and marketing opportunities in the third-party channel, we realize that we're subject to realistic and limited resources. So along with the day-to-day activities that the tourism team will manage, the opportunities and challenges you see on the screen will be explored and acted on. So opportunities. After attending trade shows, speaking with tour operators, and meeting with travel advisors, it's evident that post-pandemic that we're a very highly coveted destination. We're going to look for new programming with Volaris and tour operators in Mexico to help support those flights, and not only the flights from Guadalajara to here, but also the flights from Sacramento to Mexico City, because those are both nonstop. So we're working on doing a cycle to show those tour operators that they can capitalize on both of those flights. And there are a lot of affluent Mexican travelers, and the Mexican travelers did not stop traveling during COVID at all. As the OTA space expands, shoppers are going to be inundated with a lot of travel offers. So we're going to explore higher funnel programming. We want to engage these shoppers earlier in their shopping and decision-making process. Tour operators are revamping their entire partnership marketing ecosystems, and we're going to be ready to work with them. In fact, we already are working with them, and they're going to launch new products and new platforms. And I previously mentioned, I've mentioned in the past that we want to have our product on the shelf in the middle, not at the bottom of the shelf, and that's what we're always going to strive for. We've also curated curated commissionable itineraries. We need to show these tour operators how they can profit from promoting and selling Northern Nevada. And data. Data is going to continue to be vital when we make these decisions. Our programming includes constantly cleaning and scrubbing all of our databases, providing real-time prospecting reports for our hotel partners, and identifying true sellers of travel that are actually selling actualized air and rooms into the destination. We do have regularly scheduled training and communication programs, and so we're going to continue to target our clients with timely and relevant information. And again, we're never going to eliminate face-to-face selling opportunities, whether it be at a trade show, sales calls, or fam trips. On the challenges side, for hotel revenue strategies, and Mike talked about this earlier, our hotel partners have set revenue strategies that widely vary, and we can't control those strategies. However, the tourism team is going to continue to develop programs that tailor to various properties. So we have programs that may cater to Hotel A or Hotel B or Hotel C. It doesn't mean if not every property's signing on to our programs, but we have to look at, from a destination-wide, how we're going to serve all of the different properties. Staffing. And so completely staffed, the tourism team will not be able to take full advantage of all available third-party sales and marketing opportunities. Right now, we're small but mighty. There's 2 of us to handle 30% of the business that comes into this town. While all hotel partners don't participate in every program, as I mentioned, we're going to continue to develop programs that are going to cater to various properties. And now that California has lifted their mask mandates, these visitors are going to be peppered with all sorts of in-state travel and entertainment options. So our belief on the tourism side is that during COVID, we attracted plenty of first-time visitors to the region, so we have plenty of opportunity to get them to come back. How's that? Quick?
Fabulous.
Well done, Art. And I'm just going to say before I move on to the next slide so we can keep this moving, Art has initiated 5 different programs during needs periods so far this year, as mandated by the board, and that's part of the goals that we had set up. It has generated thousands of rooms and has had an impact of more than $6 million through the OTA program. So Art, great job with that. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So this, to Paul's point, this is where we get into the working issues, and this is the initiatives that we are taking a big picture that we will then, based upon the feedback that we have, will go back and drill down with more detail around each of these areas that will then develop into our overall strategic marketing plan. So as you can see from here, there's 3 different people, 5 different items that involves group sales, tourism sales, the brand itself, visitors, and events. And we've talked a lot about this, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but these are really from the feedback that we've received, the surveys, from what the team has identified. This is where we're going to really concentrate when it comes to sales and marketing in these initiatives for the next 3 years. So let's move on to the next slide. So how are we going to measure that? Really, the measurement that's going to come in is going to come through the KPIs. And really, we want to look at quantitative areas that we can look at. So the number of visitors. I've mentioned this since I got here. I think we need to re-look at how we measure what a visitor is, because today we still look at it as anybody outside of Washoe County, which, I don't know, 350 miles takes us up to the border. They're not considered a visitor. So we need to update that and then measure that as we look to incrementally make an impact. Produce room nights. That's always going to be part of what we do. Rick, you talk about heads and beds. That point number 2 is absolutely specific to that's still quantifiable to what we are going to be doing moving forward. Economic impact. That's also important, and we have to make sure that we have the tools to measure. So as we continue to work with these stadiums, what is that economic impact? So if there is a loss, is it offset by the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of economic impact through those events? And then at the end of that, occupancy. How do we help support occupancy as one of those issues? Yeah.
It's real quick, and it falls under somewhere in there, economic impact, produce room rent, but I still think that, that room tax collected, right, that is a gauge that we need to be watching every month, because that is the fuel of what drives this whole operation. So, I mean, again, it gets back to the right business. The one thing just to touch on, and I think all of us are cautiously optimistic, but again, where this all returns back to normal, we were an undervalued destination. I'd still say we're very good value. I think you're seeing a lot of the hoteliers as you've seen ADR raise, we have hard operating costs that are not going to go back to normal.
That's right.
Yeah.
So those,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
so in a way, I'm not saying you can bank on it, but I think the operators are gonna have to maintain, which is good for the Rscva.
Right.
But it's,
Right.
It's good for the destination as a whole, but it's still a challenge. So I've noted room tax collection for us to consider when we update this. Thank you.
You know, and the other thing I think we need to, when we're talking KPIs for sales and marketing too, is quality of the visit, right? I mean, I think that's one of the other things when we do sales and we have feedback. One of the big challenges that we always talked about in sales and marketing was that we had a convention, what was it? A convention, an individual who sat and basically was working with each convention business space and making sure that their event was, you know, fulfilled to, you know, and that's currently Renee's job with ASM, is to make sure that the event has got everything, but from start to finish, right? It's that connectivity with the client and that quality that we're providing. Yes, we're a great value to Stephen's point, but we don't want to be the cheap guy, right? We don't want to be the cheap person on the block. We want to be the good value, but the high quality, right? We want to make sure that the experience that they have here and every property that we have, the investments that are in every one of our properties has been tremendous. I think now our investments need to continue to transfer over now into our facilities, our public facilities, but then continue on to make sure that those experiences are at premium. And I don't know if that's a measurable KPI, but it should be part of our sales and marketing initiatives so that we can move forward with that.
And certainly we have an evaluation of client satisfaction that has been done that we will continue to use and measure moving forward. So ASM had that they evaluated with folks, and we will continue to use that.
And if I can, Chairman Lucy, to that point, there are literally cities, competitors, DMOs, CBBs, that have a staff that is their job. They are focused on the experience of the attendee. So you have those that, as we say, you book it, you cook it, but there's that person or team that is the intermediate. Once they are contracted and once prior to their arrival, they work with that meeting planner, third party, decision maker, and organization on how to enhance the experience while they are in our city.
Convention services.
Convention services team is what it's called, yeah.
Just wanted to follow up with Mr. Larangetta's comment. I heard you loud and clear earlier about the participation of groups from the individual properties, and it kind of goes back to Mr. Chair, what you said about investment in the property. So certainly we can sidebar, and I can go back to my sales team to see what participation the GSR is having and where we're not, because certainly I want to be an active and good participant with the city. But when we're investing millions of dollars in our property, I don't even want to say how much we're putting into per key on our room renovation right now, we feel like we as in the GSR have to say no to certain kinds of groups. And so we want to be that partner, but at the same time, we also want the right client. And you're right, things are good right now, and I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but when we're spending this kind of money, we are very picky and choosy with what we are going to accept into the property. And so I hear you, so it's just a matter of trying to find that right balance.
And Shannon, I think also to your point as well, we have to be picky and choosy about the clients and making sure, because your investments do have an overhead cost that really need to be recovered. I think the other discussion we need to have as well, that when we market, we have to have a unified market decision, right? We're going to go out. The one thing is that we have Rscva sending out our message and marketing our message, but then the row might be marketing different than the GSR is marketing, and the Nugget is marketing. So when we change that, there has to be some also brand alignment, marketing alignment, and some discussion about pricing alignment. Not that we're all going to have the same prices. We all have different investments. I know you and the Row and the Atlantis and the Peppermill have all had significant investments into their properties over the last 10 years. But the point is that consistency about the brand and the alignment with the community based around a marketing platform and a sales platform needs to be consistent, because that's where we get lost, and then we start competing with ourselves, and it becomes that disassociation from who are we? Are we just Reno? Are we Reno Tahoe? Or are we just go it alone? And so I think that's one of the challenges that we've always faced, and I think that's something we should probably focus on an ongoing strategic plan.
And as we go to the next slide, and Trent's going to take us to the next slide, Shannon, I just want to say thank you for saying that. Every hotel's got their own priorities, their own clients. Peppermill's not going to align with Atlantis, that's not going to align with GSR. The ability to work together is key to that. I will say that when we get to that customer advisory board Monday night, I have asked each of the properties in this room for input that we can communicate to our customer advisory board about improvements that are being made in those hotels. That will allow and show improvement and help us to elevate what we're trying to attract when it comes to new groups. They see what they can see, but if they understand how we're elevating the product and the presentation, hopefully that then arms the sales team to go out and sell to find us that better group that then fits the demographic.
And just to echo Charles' comments, Shannon, thank you for saying that. I mean, I think it is a balance, right? We understand that, and we are continually trying to source groups that have the right demographic that meet during the right time of the year. We understand the calendar as well as the hotels, because most of us are former hoteliers. But to the point that was brought up earlier, we need to put ourselves in a position to have an advantage. Whether if that is buying an indoor track that is going to attract groups that meet from October to March, so be it. Those are decisions we need to make, because we know that occupancies, when they spike and when they go down. But I also want to say, as we are working as hard trying to not only find the right groups, but then placing those groups. But to Charles's point, what is good for the GSR may not be good for the Nugget or vice versa. But we can't forget that it creates compression within our destination, and it provides the opportunity to yield up and drive occupancy, drive ADR, drive demographic for a group that may not be appealing to GSR, but might be appealing to the Nugget or vice versa.
Let's make sure we continue. Thank you for the comments. Let's go to Trent. So we go on to the destination management and go on to the next point.
Good afternoon, Trent LaFerrier, the Facility Operations Manager. And I'm going to make this a little short. Mike and Christina really touched on a couple of the items that I'm looking at here. The downtown experience, increase the revenue for the area businesses. I think that's pretty obvious that we want to go that route, and they touched on it quite well. Developing the integrated convention center district. Again, that's been gone over. I don't need to spend a lot of time on it. The air service, we definitely need that. Optimize efficiencies and increase sales at large event facilities. And big part of what I want to get onto is our facilities themselves. The facility plan going forward would, in my view, would involve the actual properties. And part of that is the individuals, the staff, the building maintenance. So on the training end of it, the staff needs proper training and equipment, procedures, techniques to maintain the properties in a manner that is necessary to keep them running efficiently. This will also save the properties money in downtime losses, unnecessary repairs. This is a extremely important and long-term success of our operations. If we don't keep these buildings running properly and cleanly, we're not making the customers happy. If we have lighting issues, if we have air issues, air conditioning, heating, that reflects badly on our image, and we kind of upset customers. We can't go there. On the staffing, the goal is to get the staff engaged in the properties and look at them as more than just a job, but a home away from home. This can be achieved over time with some coaching and encouragement. Excuse me. If our staff's not happy, that reflects on us as a whole, and it is integrated with the customer and the client and our stakeholders. So that, I think, is a really, really strong point that we have to stress, and especially in today's market, the staff is not readily available at any given time. So that's one of the issues. Another one is maintenance of the properties. So we need to concentrate on keeping the equipment and the properties in the best shape we can to save on costs and improve the experience for our customers, stakeholders, and guests. This will also help with employee morale. So basically, this is kind of a all hands on deck approach to the use of the proper use, of our funding. If we can be more efficient in our properties, if we can be more efficient in the maintenance and the power use, staffing levels, it's going to save us money in the long run.
that's pretty much all I've got on that. I wanted to keep it short because, as was said earlier, we have Uber problems, so I'm going to be Paul's Uber.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your versatility. Trent?
Go ahead, Jess.
Just quickly, and Charles, something you said earlier on this one I think is really important, and just the limited staff bandwidth that we have right now. Would it be appropriate for the Rscva to take the lead and facilitate the plans? And what I mean by that, the Rscva I don't think that the Convention Center regional plan with the City of Reno has been updated in quite some time. Should we be driving that process? Should we be facilitating that as the Rscva? With an outside consultant saying, hey, here's the plan, whatever, on the downtown, because that's integrated convention center district. We are the convention organization. I don't know why we're not facilitating that plan, paying for the master planner, the urban planners to facilitate that and say what's needed around the convention center and bringing it back to us. I think we should pay for that. I also think we should be initiating the rest of the Virginia Street plan with the RTC, similar to what was done with the City of Reno for downtown, I think south of town, to have those plans. So the RTC, that should be facilitated, maybe even added on to that. I don't know if it's too late to that scope of work. I did look at who the city chose for that. They're a renowned urban planner placemaking organization. But I think, going back to what you said, these are our goals. Maybe we need that strategic outside urban placemaker planner to come in, and Rscva, that's what I find a little challenging with this group, is that the airport, we facilitated our master plan, took it to the city adopted it. Why isn't the convention authority facilitating our own master plan for the convention district and the streetscape?
Yes, that's a great question, and I looked at Paul very briefly because Paul actually does master plans for destinations. When I was in Anaheim, we were on the road to hiring him to do a master plan. I think that I would like to see that in the next probably 2 to 3 years, that we start to attack that. We've got a lot of things that we've got to get cleaned up, and I think that I would like to get to that so that we have a master plan working with the 3 different entities and cities to where we need to be. Yeah. In the short term, I think we have some things we got to jump through before we get to that master plan. But from an expert or a resource, I would love to have the board's involvement so that we can help push forward the and you'll see this on the next slide, the convention center district and how we develop that, or how we as a entity lend our support to downtown. We saw that all over this survey, whether it's customers, residents, that's an issue. Now, we don't have all the financial resources, but we should still have a voice to help direct of what people are saying around the downtown. So if there's an opportunity for members of this board to help us drive that forward, I would absolutely welcome
But why wouldn't we facilitate the plan? What I'm saying, I just find it unusual because, again, the airport's doing that. I don't think we should wait 3 years. I think we've got to have that plan along with our strategic plan because it's a land use. I mean, it said that in the last strategic plan, what's around the convention center is not great. And so we keep coming up, it's just how are we going to do it differently to actually implement the plan? I think we need this along with our strategic plan, is that land use plan. And there's other areas too. Mill Street, Sparks is doing cool stuff with their Audi district. Again, I think we should have a convention center regional plan, and the land use ties in with the strategic plan. I think it would be a big mistake to wait 3 years to do that. I think we need that from the get-go.
And maybe it is, maybe we shouldn't wait 3 years. I think that, traditional master plans from DMOs include not only land use, but it's transportation and a lot of other factors that go into it that then work with those cities that everyone gets buy-in on a much larger issue.
Well, and there's been direction from this board already to build a downtown advisement or a subcommittee of this board I think that, based upon the directions that were provided here today, that there should be a convention center district advisory board that is a construct of this board subcommittee that addresses those issues, and we can bring in members from RTC and the airport and individuals to help with that master planning approach. And it's, like I said, it's a subset. I think it should be a subset of the strategic plan. I don't think you're wrong. And the city of Reno is going through their master plan amendment for the southern part of the area. I mean, from Longley all the way down to the convention center. I know a lot of those parcels are being rezoned, and so I think that's right now it's time for because they won't do that again for quite some time. Those happen once every 10 years. It takes a lot out of our planning staff to do major plan amendments. So Jessica might be right. And I mean, now is the time.
There may be uses too, Charles, that you're seeing when we drove it that you don't want around the convention center. So that's what I'm saying. The land use is very, very critical, and I don't care how we do it, but the airport, we've got two of them. We've got one for the main facility, and then we have another one for Stead.
Yeah.
So, and those were worked on, and we had a consultant come in because they're huge master plans, and then those were taken to the city for adoption. So if we really want to do something with our gateway, Virginia Street, there's probably some prohibited uses or things that we want to spur the economic development around the facilities, but also our major corridors, whether it's Mill Street, Plum Lane, whatever, that transportation piece has to be part of it too. I totally agree with you.
Noted for both you and the chair, and so we'll incorporate that moving forward. Thank you. Let's move on to the last slide, and again, I'm going to...
Can I want to jump in here real quick? So on this slide, destination management, I want to make sure I understand the definition of that, because our challenges seem to be really focused around the facilities that we own or operate. The opportunities seem to be a little broader. To me, destination management is probably, the whole thing in general. And where I'm going with this, and Chairman Luce, you talked about transportation. Transportation is critical to any destination, and it is the #1 issue in Tahoe right now, followed very closely with workforce housing in the missing middle that we talked about earlier. But when we start talking about enhancements on transportation or how we deal with transportation from airport to destination, wherever that destination might be, we have to keep Tahoe in mind in that conversation. And that's RTC in that discussion. It's Washoe County in that discussion. It's this board. It's our board. It's others. Because right now, RTC just kind of writes a check to Placer County TART to operate the transit in our jurisdiction. We're paying significant dollars out of our budget for pilot programs on a microtransit, for the airport shuttles and others. But that is the #1 need that we have, and I want the opportunity to come back to this board and discuss that. Rick and I were talking about this the other day. Where our needs are less marketing and more of that type of infrastructure, built. So when we start talking about transportation from this board's perspective, we have to keep in mind the other side of the mountain range here and keep that engaged in those transportation discussions.
Noted. Thank you. And if we do go to the next page, in terms of the initiatives, one of the things that we will do, Andy, is where it comes to air service, we will put /transportation to be able to add that for the different regions. So again, just very briefly, this is kind of more the deep dive of where we'll get to. There's 4 different people with 4 different initiatives. Certainly a long-term facilities plan. You have the transition plan that we put in the deck for you today, but certainly air service /transportation moving forward, the impacted downtown, and certainly the convention center district is that focus when it comes to destination management.
Yeah. I would agree with you. I think Andy's absolutely right. With air service, that should be, instead of air service, that should be just plain transportation, whether ground or air. Yep. That should be transportation, and it should include RTC plans and Tahoe plans as it pertains to public transit and moving those communities, whether it's private tour operators or public transit. We need to have that conversation because it is paramount to group sales, tourism, and our other groups that are here. So
absolutely noted.
Yeah, I think.
And I think a whole on the public transit. I think that should be.
And I remember. I want everybody to remind everybody that we're taking notes today. So this is not the final product. So we are going to add stuff into this. So we will make that instead of that being an air service, it'll be a transportation.
Yeah. Thank you for that input. Paul, microphone.
The other area that was mentioned earlier was sustainability. and the discussion about number of visitors, what do you do? So I think this would be the place as well to, for us to think about a placeholder for sustainability as well.
And then moving to the next slide, there's three things that we have currently to be able to quantify what that looks like. Mr. Chair, to your statement on the facilities client satisfaction, certainly we want to be able to measure that moving forward in that area. The visitor satisfaction, so how visitors look at the facilities as well, and then resident sentiment. So we will do follow-ups with the residents to see how we move the needle in terms of resident satisfaction as well. Any questions before we go to the last tenant? All right, keeping the ball moving. Moving over to destination alignment, I'm just going to talk about this very briefly. So Jessica, to your point, when we talked about the challenges, and I'm going to jump over to that, the lack of a long-range master plan is absolutely one of the challenges that we put in to this area, and certainly we've noted that in moving forward. Board alignment came up with a lot of the folks in the community. Improved resident sentiment so that they understand who we are, what we do, and the impact that we have on their daily lives. Improved working relationships with public and civic sectors. Again, that's positioning the destination on where we are within this community. And then greater financial stability for the organization moving forward. And again, part of that's building up the rainy day. Part of that is making sure that we are moving forward in the best possible way. The challenges when it comes to the alignment, Paul mentioned it earlier, and that was one of the scores that we finished low on. Housing affordability and workforce. Those are absolute areas that we can at least lend a hand and a voice to be able to help support the city in terms of what they're doing. Okay, moving on to the next slide is just the initiatives. Again, there's 6 different initiatives all around that. Community engagement, the DMO network, which we have started to do, and it's been really well received. The folks around Northern Nevada, we've gotten some great feedback from folks, and that will continue. The organizational structure, how we operate that and move forward. Moving the board forward, as well as research and financial sustainability. Again, sustainability, Andy, going back to what you mentioned. And again, there's 4 KPIs. What we'd like to do and plan on doing, again, in a quantifiable way, is that we'll do a follow-up when it comes to the DNext from this to see how we move the needle. Are we still in the Mountaineers, or do we move that moving forward? Christina's point earlier, data drives a lot of the decisions of what we do. And so pushing forward on the data side with business intelligence, expanded special event funding. Jessica, to your point, that certainly has been a key, and we'll see that right when we go to this last part, and certainly expanded reserve funding so that we are set up for the inevitable, the next COVID or the next process that takes us through. Any questions before we move into mission, vision, and values?
Yes, for a facilitator here. Which ones do we tackle first? So we're actually getting something done. I mean, the facilities, bringing them in-house is big. I mean, do we have a roadmap maybe that you can help with this board? Because I agree with you, that one pager of, because I want to get these things implemented. So advice on how to have that happen, I think, is important, because there's a lot of great ideas. And how do we start implementing some of these things?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think one of the things that we'll do based on the feedback today is we'll map this out over a 3-year period. I do agree with you that there's some of these items have to be done first before you tackle others. And I think realistically, if we're talking about 3 goals with 15, 18 initiatives, you can't do them all at the same time. You just don't have the bandwidth. I mean, with the staff and even with the board. So you want us to sort of stagger them. So we'll look at that for sure. I think what I always try to look at is to try to, at the beginning of the plan, to look for some things that you might be able to get some quick hits, some quick wins. And then also the ones that are really the big impact that you need to but I think you, as an organization, to get a momentum, sort of just to generate the excitement, look for some things that you can get done quickly, to really move the needle in some of these areas.
And we'll have that level of detail when we come back.
Yes, if we could, I don't know if this gives enough time, but for the 24th, I kind of always feel like we're rushed here. But if we could get like that template, because I, like the transportation piece, I do think that some of these are just so critical in having just that roadmap for the board. Hey, we're tackling, obviously the in-house facilities is huge. Like we're on the time crunch now, as you said, Charles. We have some conventions. I think that staff's working on signing on the dotted line, bringing them back. But that roadmap, I don't know how the other board members feel, but I certainly would like to see, that's where I think you could be helpful. Here's the, you know, what we can do in 3 to 6 months. Here's the 9, you know, and then look for some guidance on that land use plan too. I think that'd be helpful. So when we're coming back, that we're actually implementing our strategic plan now that we've got, are we voting today on these 3 goals, Mr. Chairman? Because I think they're good. Those 3 goals, I think, and what you said before on this sheet of paper, the facilities plan, the brand, and special events.
Oh,
I think that's a good starting point, and then adding like the other components, transportation. But how do we get to them?
Yeah. So really what, Mr. Frazzo, I mean, what we were trying to accomplish today is obviously allowing for Paul to present and Charles to present with the team kind of the overall vision and kind of give them the direction about, yes, we agree or we don't agree, and kind of give them that direction, and for them to go back and really put together a this is not the comprehensive plan, but bring us back the comprehensive plan that details with the comments that we brought forward. Because that was the reason we wanted to make sure all the board members had the slide deck ahead of time so that they could process the information, anything that they wanted to add or felt that was lacking out of those 3 strategic goals, or if we needed to have complete shift. Because this was what these discussions were based upon the discussion that was brought out of the last board's meeting. And so that's really why we are where we are today. So there will be a more comprehensive discussion coming back, and due to the lack of time today, because we've had a lot of great conversation, we won't get to a detailed portion of the facilities plan. We won't get to a detail of the special events, and we will have some updates on that, but I think we're going to have to bring that back at the end of March to have a more comprehensive understanding so that we can get that stuff done. Go ahead, Rick.
Mr. Chair, you know, going through the destination alignment too, I would ask you, if I may, on the, you said board structure and governance. We just restructured the board, Stephen, right? From 12 to 9. Remember the history we were talking about. So I'm interested to know, hopefully you'll address that or later. I know you don't want to do it. Maybe you want to do it now, but I was interested in what you mean by that.
Yes, I think that's something that, I mean, there were so many people who talked about that in the one-on-one interviews that I think we should look at that. I don't think it's as much a question of who's on the board as much it is trying to maybe make some recommendations on, you know, streamlining or sort of dealing with some of the processes to make sure that you have the engagement and buy-in as you come into the board meetings. So that's more my sense, is it's more of an operational issue than it is sort of the sort of the board composition. And I think the board composition at the end of the day it could be a very tricky thing. I'm getting the sense here in Nevada to, you know, to look at. So I don't know how much energy I would spend there. If you wanted low-hanging fruit, it would be to try to, and a quick win is to look at, you know, what could be done to sort of make sure that you've got the, you know, just the, you know, the buy-in, and that's not just with board, that's with other sort of key stakeholders as well, so that, you know, when you launch some of these initiatives, everyone is, you know, feels that they've been consulted, that they've had their say in things. So that would be sort of my gut on that, if that answers your question. I think, you know, the other piece, there was a question over here in this morning that you said, based on sort of my experience, what are some of the things, you know, that other organizations are doing? Another thing that I think you need to be looking at very quickly is the organization structure. I mean, clearly the whole area of facilities, you know, that facilities plan, I know you're hiring, you know, some other people. That's an area, when we talk about destination management and destination alignment, that most DMOs of the past have been very marketing sales centric, and that's really been sort of where most of the people, where the resources have been. Now you're starting to see that you need some other pretty critical positions, at pretty senior levels to support all of the other initiatives, transportation initiatives, to be at the table for workforce, to be supporting the heritage, all of the stuff that's being done, event creation. Those are all other areas now to be thinking. I'm not suggesting that be done as your controller, finance people start freaking out, but that's something to be thinking about sort of, over the next three years, to be phasing some of those things in as well.
Courtney's freaking out inside, not outside.
Is based on what you've seen today, and I think, Chairman Lucy really expressed it well, is we wanted really to just get a touch point with you. Are you comfortable with the direction that you're seeing here? With what's being proposed here, would this address sort of all of the key sort of areas of opportunity, deal with the issues, challenges that you're dealing with? Recognizing that there'll be another tactical, these are still pretty high level. We need sort of a little bit more flush out on specifics.
The only thing I get a little worried about is just spreading ourselves too thin, right? I mean, there's all these really important topics that we all are passionate about and we know are important, but I mean, you just kind of said it, like most DMOs, sales and marketing. And I get a little angst when I think about Charles's time and the team's time being spread into facility management and transportation and all this stuff. And we have to do something about these things. I'm not saying they're not important, but it obviously does give me a little pause.
And then I think I agree with you, and I think I've said this to Charles, we need more staff. I mean, the simple fact that we're bringing in, and I mean, I think this plan is amazing, and our staff is amazing. Every single person here, but I think we're going to need more. I mean, I think more. Just the fact that we're bringing the facilities in house, and if we really want to do this different, shape this organization where we're kicking butt in the facilities and doing other things. But also hiring, I go back to the airport board because I'm the representative from the airport board. We outsourced a lot of stuff. That's why I was saying, Charles, we had consultants come in, tell us what the plan is. I'm not expecting you to do that. I'm just saying we probably should spend a few bucks and go out and really have these plans and then this has been very helpful. And then from your point of view, your vision, getting back to what Rick said, what are we chewing off, right? We have some immediate needs. We've got a huge convention coming here with people all across the country with conference of mayors. We have the facilities that we're bringing in at the same time. We really need some guidance from our CEO and our consultant on how we make this happen.
Well, all I will say, Jessica and Shannon, is that the staff thanks you because they're all looking at me and nodding and smiling as you say that. So,
more staff, Charles.
Ben Kennedy's Ben McDonald's leading that over there. So
just really quickly on that, because we let a lot of people go, didn't we, in the beginning of this pandemic? Have you reached out to them, and how many have come back?
Well, what we did is we went from 52 with a couple part-timers down to 29. We're back up with 42 full-timers right now. We just made an offer for a director of marketing. There's a couple other positions that we still have. We are not yet back up to full strength, but we are in a much better position. And I'll just take, again, a brief second because I do want to get into the current vision and mission. This staff is unbelievable. This staff is amazing. This staff does a phenomenal job and punches way above their weight. And so I just want to publicly thank all of you guys for doing a great job.
So Charles, I guess we got to have the consultant hire a consultant. So you guys, because you guys they need help. So maybe we hire a consultant for transportation, Andy, and you help us. It's part of the plan. We go find somebody to give us a plan.
Agree.
Yeah. I'd rather pay $50,000 one time for a consultant than keep hiring staff and putting it on staff. I agree. That's all I want to say.
Again, they're punching way above their weight. So thank you all. Paul, can we go? Are we okay to move on to the next slide? Because I do want to tackle the current mission and vision versus what we are proposing moving forward. So you all have this in your packet that is in the chair's strategic plan from the last 5 years. And we spent a lot of time internally with the staff analyzing this. Did this still resonate? Did this still apply? And again, difference between the vision and the mission. And one of the things that Paul's talked about, and really the best practice is, you want to keep something short. You don't want something that is marbles in your mouth that takes a long time to be able to communicate, but is very, very clear. And so from this current vision and mission, we came now down to a little bit more concise that we are wanting to get your feedback with now. So if we can move on to the next slides. So the vision really is going from to be the premier year-round Western destination for leisure, group, and convention travelers to be the preferred outdoor, gaming, and event destination. And there's reasons why we got to this. The first, to everybody's point, Rick, you've talked about this over and over, gaming's part of our DNA. That's who we are. That's why people have come here. We never want to shy away that we are a gaming destination. That goes into our sales and our marketing and our DNA of who we are. Recognizing that the landscape has changed, that there is gaming all around the country. I heard ads this morning trying to get me to go to California, to go to Temecula. It's a commodity in some respects. So we can't hang our hat on just one issue. Certainly during the pandemic and positioning where we are unique, the world of the outdoors is a differentiator, and we felt that we needed that in our vision to be able to move forward. It could be at the lake, it could be hiking in Sparks or Reno or wherever that is. That is also important. Finally, events are part of our DNA too. We have so many important events, and that, whether people know that outside of this area who come here for regular things like Hot August nights or not, that has to be part of what we feel is moving forward. And so this vision is our updated statement to you, the board, for feedback moving forward. And again, we've gone from 14 words down to 9 to try to be concise.
Move to adopt.
But at least get the 3 core areas. So feedback on that.
That's good.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think I love it because it's concise, but it really hits the three things that are top priorities, or that our vision for everyone to sell this, where we love and where we want people to come is outdoor gaming and events. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think you could say it any more clearly, concise, and it would resonate, and then you can market it and message it in a variety of ways.
Well, how we move forward has to be able to speak to those areas, right? That's certainly what we do and how we message and move forward. So,
and just to clarify, I do think event destination folds in groups and conventions, and
That's right.
Yes, it's Hot August nights and that, but it's anything more than one person, right?
That's right. And again, this is the vision's high level, right?
Right.
The mission of what we're doing, if we can go on to the next slide, again, the old mission was great for the time. It was about 35 words, and we've now worked it down to about 12 words. And so, support the sustainable growth of our communities through the power of travel. And the power of travel could be for leisure, it could be for meetings and conventions. Andy, to your point very early on, sustainable is really important. That could apply to Sparks, Reno, Lake Tahoe. And it's all of our communities. It's not just one community. We have multiple communities, and we need to be able to serve all of those communities. Thoughts or feedback? All right, let's move on. Paul, I'm going to kick it back to you for the values that you can help get us.
I think, just real quick, I was going to say, I was late getting that, going back to the mission, and again, now I sound like the old, back in the day. I just don't want to lose focus that it still comes down to room nights that are going to generate room tax, that are going to pay all of our bills, and allow us to spend how we want to spend.
Sustainable growth. That absolutely fits into that sustainable. If we're not filling up those room nights, we are not sustainable, right?
It's a prettier way of putting it, but yeah. No, I think as an org, and I think we're all on the same page, but it still comes down to driving that room tax.
One of the things that I think the group liked and is coming out of the pandemic, we've got a lot of sort of very reluctant travelers. So a big part of what we have to do sort of right now is we've got to convince people about the power of travel again. That's important for leisure, that's important for meetings, that's important for virtually all types of travel. It ties into the U.S. Travel Association sort of campaign as well. So it did seem to hang together fairly well.
And then to our final slide, really values. What do we stand for? What do we stand for as an organization? What do we stand for as a community? And that's one of the first things that I asked when I came here. Do we have values that we stand for? And the staff told me that, the staff told me a lot of different things, right? There was a lot of different pieces of feedback of what we stood for, but it wasn't clarified. So in order to be able to get there, Paul worked us through an exercise to be able to land on some very specific words and what they represent to make sure that we stand for something and that's clear and that we need to message that out. So Paul, I'll kick it back over to you to finish us up with that.
Yeah, with the caveat that as a consultant, I really don't have any values, but this was really the four sort of core areas. And this was, again, an exercise with the whole group this is really in terms of the code of conduct for your organization, at the board, at the employee level, how you work with clients, with each other, it's really about collaboration, integrity, transparency, and there was a big discussion about this part, because this goes back to the comment that was just made about our job is to fill hotel rooms and generate, occupancy tax revenue. So I forget, there was another word before ambition, but we wanted a word in here that was sort of that you are going to be hard-hitting and you're going to really go after the business, aggressively. So that's where we got to on it. Does that resonate? As industry, community leaders, it resonated with the management team, with the staff.
I just have one comment on the ambition. What I like about it, at Destination International last summer, the big message I came home with was really talking about connecting to the community. The community doesn't know who we are, and they don't know, that connection to the community and really getting what they really kept telling us over and over again is the more successful we are and the income generated by tourism coming to our region benefits our residents and lower property taxes, more money to provide things for our residents, that they do benefit by tourists coming here. And they don't see that connection. No. And I think this quality of life for all Northern Nevada residents to really message so people understand that it's not just the tourists downtown and, I'm not going down to a casino. I don't do that. Understanding still what all the people coming to the casino benefit me, who maybe sit in my home and don't do that, but it's a benefit to everyone who lives here.
Exactly.
No, and I know that I didn't, a couple slides back, and I know it was Ben's responsibility, and I've brought it up to you, Charles. It's noticeable recently, hot August nights in town, Ben's on the news. This is what it's bringing to the economy, or it's yourself talking. Those are, and shame on us prior to not getting that message out, or assuming that everybody knows, but we do need to connect the dots for people to say, hey, that $20 million impact that just came through with street vibrations, that, and again, but it brings that group together. So I think that's it is a quality of life for all of us. It's not.
Absolutely. Yeah. When I first started out, Ben looked at me kind of sideways saying, we're going to do this on the local. And it was so important that people understand the efforts that everybody in this room plays to have an impact positively is a positive impact that helps people's lives. And so we will continue to do that to educate folks in every avenue, and Ben's absolutely embracing that. So.
And we're moving away from the notion of just economic impact, because it is sometimes the economic impact piece to the general public, it goes way over their heads, or it actually pisses them off. So it's actually better to talk about broader quality of life. The visitors that come here improve the retail opportunities. It creates more dining opportunities. It creates all sorts of other things that creates the demand to really enhance the quality of life for locals.
Well, you know, I want to go back to one thing. I mean, one of your initial slides too, Paul, was that you said the number one issue that you saw through the Destination X is aligning government and community and industry priorities driving destination competitiveness. You know, we could sit and talk about economic development all day, but the everyday random citizen who doesn't give one rat's ass what we do, who doesn't know whether we're Reno, Tahoe, or Rscva, they want to know that they can go and use a public facility. They want to know that their stoplights are working. They want to know. And like I said, and not to toot my own horn, but we need to get events, sporting events, local events, people to utilize our public facilities to know what Reno, Tahoe does, because those are the people that are driving to other markets. They're traveling. They're telling people about Reno, Tahoe. You should come see your convention center. You should see our bowling stadium. You should see our livestock event center. Those are the discussions. You know, it's not just about getting on the news and saying, hey, look at all the economic impact that we're doing, or, you know, because let me just tell you, if there's servers or waiters, they're great. They're ecstatic that they have a job, but they're also saying, God, you know, this visitor was a jerk to me, or, you know, I had to work an extra because of this convention, or, you know what I mean? So it's not always about the economic impact. We have got to make it so that it's part of their everyday life. Their quality of life has to be part of this. You can't just say, look, this is benefiting the greater good without allowing them to benefit as well.
I just have one comment. It perfectly resonates with me, and this may be a very minor point, but I think based on what we're tasked with doing, I think we put in the hard work to enhance the quality of life for visitors and all Northern Nevadans. Because visitors is what Stephen is talking, I mean, they're the people paying the room tax. They're the people that are putting the money in that flows back to all the community residents. I just think the emphasis on visitors before residents is important based on what this board is tasked with doing.
So move visitors, quality of life for all visitors and North Nevada residents.
Yeah.
For
I just
visitors
think
and all
should
North
be
Nevada.
First. That's our primary focus. Will it, as Chairman Lucy said, will it, or I'm supposed to say chair, not chairman, as Bob said, you know, we're not a social services agency. We're really about what Stephen has said, butts and beds, and then everything that we're able to create because of that. When the money is flowing, life is better for the waiter, for the person who's making the beds, for the person who can afford childcare, find a place to live, but it's through the visitor that we are deriving that benefit. So I just would like to see visitors first.
Great recommendation.
And actually what's interesting about that, Ann, is that in the DMO space, that used to be the number one thing. That used to be visitors. But as the DMOs have evolved in the impact of over-tourism or other things, it is the impact to the locals on a national level more so than the visitors that have taken place. We'll take under advisement what you said, but it's really a transition that's taken place on a national level. I
think it looks rather arrogant to think we're going to enhance the quality of life for all Northern Nevada residents. I mean, I'm not sure that is our charge. Do I think it's a byproduct of what this board is tasked with doing? Sure, because as money flows and people have jobs and we can find people to take the jobs, it's just a simple request, and if it doesn't happen, it's fine. I just think it looks very pejorative to suggest we're improving the quality of life for all Northern Nevada residents. That's a big task.
I'm going to let Andy.
And we're not compared. We shouldn't be compared to national. We're Reno Tahoe. We're our own entity, and we should be that. I mean, be ourselves. Not
okay. I'm going to let Andy, because I know Shannon has to leave, and we're going to lose Paul. Paul has to get on an airplane. So Andy,
just a couple quick points I want to add on what Ann was saying. I would also look at stakeholders in that last one, because it's just not residents and visitors; it's also stakeholders. And I don't think you need Northern Nevada. You could simplify it, just give it that. But a couple of things on going through this same exact process with our organization on a kind of a renaming, rebranding, mission statement. This is spot on. Very good stuff. I know you probably already have done this, but I would think one of the next steps after this is the audience profile. So perhaps that can come back the next time around. And obviously the audience profile has a consumer audience, but it also is going to have a residential audience. It's going to have a stakeholder audience. It's going to have a business audience. So maybe fleshing out, and part of that may already be happening, but that would be kind of the next evolution of this, is to drill it down into those audience standpoints, because they're going to be different depending on what.
Different reactions.
Going back to what somebody mentioned, Ben, and out there, we have to pound our chest
We have to tell our story. We noted, we got into into a bunch of problems as well within our communities because we weren't telling the story about what we do, and then they were assuming what we do and then making up stories about what we're doing. So you have to be in front of that stuff and you have to pound your chest, so for sure.
Thank you, good feedback. And Art just reminded me, this was done not only by the management team, this involved all of the staff of the organization. They were all surveyed to get input on this. So this is really the collective work of the entire team.
Great. And we're part of the
Yeah,
team.
yeah.
Okay, so great.
One question on the transparency piece, and I know you said don't brag about the economic impact that could turn some people off. However, that being said, people do get confused between the different pots of money. And you had said that. And the mission is it's room tax money, but that also helps fund the parks. It funds it funds the different aspects of local government, a lot of it. So I do think that tourism also helps the community. So, I think you and Councilman Bybee had gone back to that convention. I keep bringing that back where they said the local buy-in. So I do think that's an important component of what room taxes do for the local economy, and how that all interplays with better parks, better arcs. I don't know what the city of Sparks, I think some of it even goes to childcare, the room tax breakdown, but there's other things that helps fund. So I don't know your thoughts on that, but I think there is that other side of the room tax component as far as being transparent and maybe having that on our website. What does the room tax do for our community, and putting it out there that way?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. A lot of economic impact studies, they actually show how much it actually saves in household, taxes,
right?
Per household, and there's a number. A lot of times it ends up being $750 to $1,000 that residents are actually saving because of the occupancy tax contributions that municipalities are getting.
Well, I want to thank everybody for a really good conversation today. I mean, a lot of information. We covered a lot of ground, and it took a long time to do it. We've had a lot of discussions. Paul, I want to thank you and your team for putting it together. Great job today. I think the board is very appreciative. We look forward to those next steps of kind of the completed plan and really some comprehensive, meat to the discussion here today with the additions of, the input from the board. I think there's been some very, very productive outcomes from today. And so I'm very happy with the way this strategic plan session went. Thank you again for coming today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good job. Great feedback today from everyone. So that was very much appreciated. So I have a wife to
You have a wife and you have an airplane to catch. So we'll let Mr. Lafreniere take you, and we'll get you on the way out of here. So thank you so much for coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, on this agenda item, because of the way it's stylized today, we are stylized to take action, but I think based upon the discussion today, we've had a lot of discussion and given the board the staff a lot of direction, that notes have been taken. So what I would recommend that there's no need for a motion today, but more of a, have staff go compile all the information and discussion from today and bring it back to us at the next meeting, and so that we can have a more robust conversation and kind of next steps of what that would look like. With that, we do have one last piece of business that we need to get to, and then I will let everybody get out of here. I'm going to open the public hearing. This is a public hearing regarding, this is item G3, regarding the approval and resolution of 596, adopting a budget augmentation for the Reno Sparks Convention Visitors Authority for fiscal year 2022. So since this is a public hearing, we have notified everybody for the public hearing. Ms. Jaeger, do you want to please present on this item? And we will allow you to move through.
Absolutely. So there is a presentation that will be up on the screen. Thank you.
And they're bringing that presentation up very quickly.
They are.
There you go.
Oh, this.
No.
So this is, it'll be G3. The presentation labeled G3.
Perfect.
Great, there we go. Good afternoon, Courtney Jager, Vice President of Finance. The purpose of this agenda item is to present the details of a proposed budget augmentation for board approval. In the interest of time, I'll move through this fairly quickly, but feel free to stop me for questions at any point. This budget augmentation was presented to the Finance and Facilities Committee on February 11th and was approved. Approval by that committee is advisory only, and the augmentation will not be effective until approval is received by the board today. We're proposing an augmentation today because Q2 revenues have in total exceeded budget, and we anticipate that revenues through the end of the fiscal year will also exceed budget. That's what's driving our expense augmentation today and the primary way it's being funded. We'll go into more details about revenues later in the presentation. I also wanted to let the board know that this augmentation does not include the 2 recent grant awards. We do not have the necessary documentation from Travel Nevada yet. They're working on our sub-grant agreement. Based on the timing of that, we might not draw down on those funds until next fiscal year. The $2.8 million SVOG grant is not yet available to spend due to the administrative requirements of the grant. The most recent update from the grantor is that they hope to allow for grant closeout within the next month. So today's presentation will be structured as follows. We'll talk about Q2 revenues in detail, focusing on room tax revenues and facility revenues, as well as revenue estimates for the rest of the fiscal year. Then we'll review the detail of the proposed expenses in the budget augmentation, broken out by department. So this is an overview of Q2 revenues, budget versus actual. Room taxes performed overall really well, and we're about $2.1 million over budget. Facilities broke even, and interest and other makes up a small portion of our budget. In total, for Q2 year to date, room tax revenues, again, trending really well, trending over budget. Facilities trending significantly under budget. So here we have a breakdown of facility revenues. The 3 categories of facility revenues are facility rentals, concession and catering, and other revenues. Concession and catering makes up most of that budget to actual difference that you're seeing. You'll remember that this year's budget for the facilities was prepared by ASM Global's interim manager, and we're finding that the estimates made by that individual were too aggressive. We did ask ASM Global to revise their revenue projections through the end of the fiscal year to account for these trends that we're seeing. We'll go over that in the next slide. So here you'll see our projections for revenues for the remainder of the fiscal year for our 2 largest categories of revenue, which are, again, room tax and facility revenues. We're projecting that room tax revenues will be at about 95% of fiscal 19 figures, fiscal 19 being the last full year pre-pandemic. Room tax revenues are trending slightly above fiscal 19 for the first half of the year, but we do still want to remain conservative with those estimates coming out of the pandemic. Per ASM Global's revised projections, total facility revenues will be about $888,000 under budget, again, primarily driven by concessions and catering. These revised projections are factored into this budget augmentation and the amounts that we're planning to spend going forward. So next, we'll quickly go through room tax statistics for the first half of the fiscal year. Total taxable room revenues are exceeding pre-pandemic figures, and as you can see, this is driven by ADR. ADR is up over 22.9% compared to pre-pandemic, whereas cash occupied rooms are down about 8.5%.
Ask a quick question on the cash. The cash occupied rooms, what is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
I don't know if that's an ignorant question.
No, not at all.
No, it's
Let
a
me go
good
back.
question. It happens. It happens all the time.
Absolutely.
We
So
don't know what it is, so.
yeah, so that's
all right.
that's essentially how our room taxes are generated. So there's comp occupied rooms, 28-day stays that are not taxed. So the cash occupied rooms are what's driving that taxable room revenue figure.
So is that actually paid in cash, or that's just not comps?
Not comps, right? So it
Okay.
could be paid
Okay.
via any method, but it's
Okay.
actual money coming in.
All right.
Yeah,
Got
it's
it.
a bit of a
Got it.
slang term that we've used
Like
for a
cash.
while. Great question. All right, here we have the breakdown of total taxable room revenues by market segment. Most segments are trending higher than pre-pandemic, but what really stands out are vacation rentals, which are trending 83% higher than pre-pandemic numbers. So we've reviewed revenues and trends in detail, so now we're going to talk about how we're proposing to spend the amounts that we're asking for with this budget augmentation. So here you'll see the detail broken out by department. We'll go into more detail by department later in the presentation, but the majority of spending for this augmentation will be in marketing. Next is facilities expenses. Both ASM Global's operation and costs associated with the facilities transition plan, and there are smaller portions of the augmentation related to sales and general and administrative costs. You'll remember in our previous augmentation that the majority of that spending went towards sales. So this augmentation is geared more towards marketing. So marketing in total will be adding over $1.9 million to their budget. $500,000 of this is designated for special events per a previous board request. Next is advertising. We're designating over $1.2 million to advertising, focused on consumer advertising with additional amounts for convention and tour and travel advertising. We also have certain website costs, including possible A and B testing, continuing our momentum with influencer initiatives, and the onboarding of FTEs in relation to the facilities transition. So next we have facilities department costs. We're adding in total $1.2 million to the facilities budget. We asked ASM Global to revise their expense projections based on the trends that we saw in Q1 and Q2. You'll remember during the previous augmentation, we added $150,000 in expenses to be used for repairs and maintenance. ASM's projecting that in total expenses will be $795,000 over budget. So taking away that $150,000, we're adding $645,000 with this augmentation. This is primarily due to one contract that was ASM did not include in their original budget, and electricity usage that's been trending significantly over budget.
Can I ask what contract that is? That's
Forum
a huge...
Infotech.
It's what?
It was Forum Infotech for IT-related services.
Okay, so what did we get for that? Is that a permanent? I mean, that's a big variance there.
Yeah, and yeah, they when digging into their budget and looking into the variances, they found that they just didn't budget for that contract, and it was going to be about $120,000 this year. And the remainder of that $645,000 will go towards electricity usage.
So, I'm sorry, the $645,000 is for electricity?
Yeah, the $645,000, so it's broken out
Higher?
between that Forum Infotech contract and electricity usage. And we do have Renee here from ASM Global who could speak a little more to the Forum Infotech contract if we wanted to talk a little more about that.
So has there been an increase in the facility usage? Is that why the electricity variance is so high?
Renee, come right up to the microphone right here. Or you can sit down. You can sit down. Or you
It
can
is
sit
on?
down next
Okay,
to
all right,
Corey.
hi. Renee from ASM Global. The utilities have been trending higher because of increased prices, have been significantly higher, as well as like with that Forum Infotech contract. Prior to me taking over as general manager, some of the previous general managers brought in, they took out Smart City, who was a third-party internet operator, and brought in Forum Infotech. When that happened, Smart City had wiped out all of the, I don't know the exact terms of it, but all the things that you need in order to get Wi-Fi into the facility. So Forum Infotech had to go in and do a much greater overhaul than what they had previously proposed. And so we ended up with a contract for them, paying them about $25,000 a month to manage our in-house internet and to provide us 2 in-house techs. When this budget was being proposed or created, the general manager who was in charge did not, at that time, take into consideration this huge fee that we had been paying. They did the budget based on a 2018-19 module before Forum had ever come in. So this wasn't a part of that budget. So we've been able to cut that in half by taking the Wi-Fi, like the techs in-house, and having them just manage the networking infrastructure and helping us with the, or basically like all the firewall things, but to help us with the client Wi-Fi. So, every group that comes in needs some sort of Wi-Fi. So they're on the other side doing the computer work. We have people in the facility who are actually running the information or setting it up for people. So when we were going through this whole budget, and looking at it. And as I got to learn more looking at it, I didn't take over till August. So I've been learning as I've been going. But what I've seen is that that portion, when I delved in deeper, was never put in the budget or considered in the budget.
So does this carry over the Wi-Fi service, Charles, to us? Because I want to make sure there's no disruption. We've got some big conventions. I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that that provider carries over in the new transition. That would be devastating for the market not to have Wi-Fi. So
Smart cities took a lot of the hard line infrastructure out. So we used to not only have Wi-Fi hotspots within the box, but we also had hard line that we would run down the corridors, and so that some of the venues for some of our sales shows could have actual terminals in their booths. And so they took a lot of that infrastructure out that had to be replaced. And we also added a new server. Or a server box within the box. So, and some of this stuff is some of this stuff is a proprietary to thank you, proprietary to the organization. So Forum has their own proprietary software that they utilize for the Wi-Fi hotspot and the outreach, which is very much different than in smart cities. So to put in that infrastructure, you had to change things out, and so that's part of some of the costs that we've initiated. But I believe we still have a long-term contract with them. Do we not?
Yeah. So I just want to address. I want to address your point directly. Off topic, very different. It's under our facilities plan. We have reviewed every single contract of every single vendor that is there, and we have been working with Ben Kennedy to figure out who do we need to bid out, who do we not need to bid out, what can we assume. Again, different from what we're talking about, but we're all over it right now.
So this contract, so the Wi-Fi for the facilities in this whole deal will carry over.
We have there's only one vendor, Jessica, that we need to bid out in the transition plan for facilities, and it's not Wi-Fi.
Okay, so we're okay on
How was
this
that?
one.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure,
Yes.
because
We'll be fine.
that would hurt our region big time to have conventions without Wi-Fi. So,
It's starting to sound like Ed Lawson. He comes in here. He used to scream about internet.
But and Smart City National Provider, I've worked with them before. Great.
Okay.
Renee found a great solution internally, and
Good.
we do not need to worry about that come June 2nd.
Okay, that's good news. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. All right.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Back to you, Courtney.
And I just wanted to say, Renee's done a phenomenal job managing ASM's budget. It's difficult to come into a position and manage a budget created by somebody else. She's just really stepped up to the plate, looked where to find efficiencies, and has been focused on finding solutions to problems. So she's done a really exceptional job. So the remainder of this portion of the augmentation is related to the facilities transition. Our major costs are going to be related to salaries and benefits, retention incentives, and recruitment costs. We are bringing on certain employees prior to June 2nd to assist with the transition, and we're offering retention incentives to those employees that stay on or receive offers and stay on with the Rscva. We've also contracted with consultants to assist with the request for proposal for food service management and the transition plan. We have costs going towards the branding switch from ASM Global's branding to ours. And we've also built in contingency amounts as we continue to work through certain items such as implementing a time clock system and a scheduling system.
And I just want to add, based upon the board direction, we increased the amount of the incentives that we were already budgeting for to make sure that we can maximize those opportunities.
I think that's good because we want to try and keep on what we have with the experience of those facilities, the training costs we're saving there.
Absolutely. So moving on, we'll look at how these changes to the facility's revenues and expenses will impact the overall loss this year. From our recent augmentation, the loss was looking like it was going to be about $4.6 million. With what we've discussed today, the loss will be around $6.1 million. We are still evaluating the June 2022 budget because at the time the budget was created, we hadn't ended our contract with ASM Global. They prepared the June 2022 budget, so we need to evaluate that budget against our transition plan as we move forward with completing certain items, going out to RFP for one of our significant contracts and other costs. So the last two pieces of this augmentation relate to the sales department and general and administrative costs. In sales, we're increasing travel and entertainment expenses as well as booth expenses and adding funds in relation to the onboarding of FTEs for the facilities transition. For general and administrative, those amounts will go towards IT-related costs and again, onboarding FTEs. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up for questions or for the board to make a motion.
All right, is there any questions, any further questions for Ms. Jaeger in regards to this augmentation? All right, seeing none, since this is a public hearing, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment at this time.
Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment like at this time. There is a motion on your staff report in your packet. Looking for a motion.
I'll move approval of the augmentation.
I have a motion from Mr. Chapman. I have a second from Mr. Murdoch. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimous. Please let the record show that Ms. Keel was not here for that vote, present for that vote. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our business for the day. Anybody want to stick around for a little while, hang out, talk about anything else? Oh, okay, just kidding.
Special events today.
I know, we didn't get this, and I apologize, we didn't get, due to time, we didn't get to special events, and Mr. Kennedy and I spoke to that. You know, I'm gonna make sure that we bring that back at the end of the month to really discuss that, because there was a couple things that we didn't get to today just because of the kind of the complexity of the discussion and some of the other things that transpired that we kind of got a late start. But we'll bring it back at the end in the March meeting. So for sure, is any other board comments regarding any other future items? Councilwoman Bybee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request, and it's not for the next meeting or until we come back, Charles, and brings back and staff brings back the strategic plan, adopting goals, looking at what all of our objectives are. But I would like to, as we look at those goals, to kind of plan on, you know, a recommendation I've seen is looking at each board meeting that we look at one of the initiatives or we look at one of the goals, and that is on our agenda that we're considering it as we move through the year. And I know that Paul talked about the timeline and getting a, what Jessica was asking for, getting a framework for where we start, where's the low-hanging fruit, where can we move past that, but really actively, adopting that strategic plan, and then how do we move forward? And then we know as we're looking at our calendar through the year and prioritize where we start, but we know when we walk in here, we're not just listening to staff reports, we're actually doing work on the strategic plan and moving forward. I think that would really be dynamic for all of us and something that is going to be much needed, and would like to see that future.
And Ms. Bybee, Councilwoman Bybee, I totally agree with you. I mean, a lot of what we should do once we adopt the strategic plan, and that is in its final form, every policy direction we should have, every staff report should relate back to one of the strategic objectives, one way or another, whether that's market alignment, whatever. Those policies should follow. That is part of that, the execution part of if you say it, we're going to do it, and that's why the policies follows that. We do that in a number of boards, and I think it's very beneficial, and it aligns with our kind of goals and gives the staff and the board that kind of common alignment. Anything further from anybody else? Any further comments? Seeing none. Operations facilities plan? Yes. Yes, and we're at Western Heritage. I will make sure that that. Okay.
I mean, we've got to bid it out. So we've got to put out an RFP. We've got to give enough time for interested parties to respond. I don't know how long it would take Western Heritage to compile a bid and bring something back to us. I think being able to vote on that by the March 24th meeting sounds pretty aggressive to me.
There is a special meeting in April too. There is a special meeting already set up in April to either approve or input from the staff recommendations on the food service vendor.
Perfect.
Just for clarification to actually whoever can chime in on this, but my understanding originally when they presented was really to share kind of a really broad vision of what they had, kind of get a temperature read, similar to how when they met with the different jurisdictions, City of Sparks, I know it's City of Reno. And I just want to make sure, are we there? I mean, June 1, and I'm all for it. I think long-term, if we can find the right partnership between rodeo, ourselves, the university, Department of Ag, all this, but I just want to be realistic. Like, are they aware of what I don't mean for the 10 days of rodeo. I'm talking about 365 days a year into perpetuity, booking livestock, equine. If we have this grander vision of flex space sports, indoor tracks, I'm all for it if we can come to agreement, but I just want to make sure that we really vet it out. That, and again, I don't mean to sound like I'm flip-flopping. I think it's an outstanding opportunity, but I just want to go in eyes wide open that we're not talking in December of this year going, oh my God, we're running at
Right.
Yeah, I feel like there's this is more of a partnership, not necessarily a full handoff.
Right. And so, Stephen, I'll kind of make two comments to that. One, obviously, I've had lots of discussions with Ms. Rhonda Leach, who has run that facility for us prior to, and now is back in sales. But George Combs also both understand it, and they know the complexities of not only selling it but maintaining it. I mean, they are on-site, pretty much on-site operations every day. Are in communications with our ASM members, so they do have that structure there. However, though, before we could bring back and decide or put it out to RFP, it really has to be outlined within our transition plan, which is going to come back anyway. So it can't just. It's kind of part of the grounder plan that staff has got to put together with food vendor, security, operations management, everything that goes into that facilities plan has got to be part of that, because there's obviously, as you pointed out, fuel costs, asset transfers, a number of different things that are going to be necessary for that transition. So that's going to be coming back, which we just approved with the augmentation that we have now the funding to do. So with that, it'll be part of that plan.
Just if I could make a comment to that, Mr. Chair, as well, is that I think we all have to also take into consideration that the food service RFP that went out, with the bids coming back on the 17th, include that facility. So if that was to come to fruition on June, which I think we all are realizing that would be very difficult, we would have to negotiate with the selected food provider to take that facility out if the rodeo was to want to bring in their own food provider.
Right. So there's some complications. So we'll bring it back for a more robust discussion at the end of the month, because that is going to be part of that transitions plan that staff is still working on. So I don't want people to think that we're not participating in that and working diligently to provide you an answer. It's just there's not enough detail yet, and it's all kind of part of that discussion, that grander discussion.
And I think they'd probably be relieved too. I think, again, this could be a handoff or a joint effort. It just may not happen June 1, and they're able to still do their event under kind of the same arrangement. And anyway. All right, thank you.
Anything else? Great. Okay, Madam Mayor, last chance. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Everybody, this is Corey's last board meeting. Corey is leaving us, which with heavy heart, I will have to say goodbye to her today with her transition. She's moving on to a wonderful position at Renewal. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. She has been a rock within our organization, and we're sorry to see you go. We love you very much. You've been a very, very tremendous part of this board and this organization, and we want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication here. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I almost forgot.
And I didn't mean to out you, but I know someone that knows you, and I wanted you to know that that's how I knew, and she didn't say anything, so I want everyone to know that I outed her only from the fact that when you walk into the room, every time you see you are just a ray of sunshine, always positive, always sweet, always kind. Let me tell you something, you did a lot for this brand, and representing Reno Tahoe, like honestly, like that just makes me so proud. Whenever, I see all of you guys out in the community, and I've seen you at so many events and concerts and things like that, and honestly, like, I just love how you guys are kind and nice to everyone. It makes a big difference for the Reno Tahoe brand, and so I am so sorry that you are leaving. I think you're amazing. And I just want you to know I'm super, super bummed that this is your last board meeting. But you can come anytime you want.
Well, and also a big round of applause to Corey for putting this meeting together for us today.
Good job.
I mean, had she not orchestrated all this, it would have been for naught. So thank you, Corey. You have been tremendously, you will be tremendously missed, and we wish you the best in your future. So.
Courtney, I'm going to be able to call you to get organized, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we just have to go to the hospital. All right. Ladies, Madam Clerk, as your last official duty, is there any final public comment today?
There's no public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sure you're glad to say that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful remainder of your day and have a great weekend.